Lagarde says the EU must intensify efforts on CMU and digital euro. And EU must intensify efforts on competitiveness as well. That concludes Lagarde's press conference.
Just a few minutes, guys. I'll be right up on the show in a minute.
So just seeing a piece here about Binance that's been put out on some of the wires. It was put out about 4 hours ago from Cointelegraph. Binance helps nations with Bitcoin reserves, crypto policies, according to CEO. They're reportedly advising global governments on setting up a strategic Bitcoin reserves and crypto regulations as nations follow the US's lead on digital asset policy, is what its CEO said. We'll put out the article for you on the feed to read through. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service. Fed bids for week bills total $270.9 million. So we have posted out the Cointelegraph article in the Financial News feed for you to read through. 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, we're expecting to hear from IMF's managing director, Georgieva. We'll see if we can find a video and post it out on the feed for you.
Check 1, 2. And good morning out there. Somebody want to be watching for. We have a gap down below here that needs closed, and a gap down below on SPX. Be watching closely. Well, I can't see anything. I'm trying to clean my glasses here. Remember that today is OPEX, so there may be a little bit of steering the boat or mechanical trading today. But we'll look at short-dated option gamma and see if we can get some expiring gamma to help the market out here. Ooh. I love cleaning my glasses in the morning. I gotta give them a good, like, once over. I still never got contacts for myself. We have a tight here, get rid of that. Or we had a newscaster where I live who got her eyes fixed, and she wound up getting this like driving noise in her head.
Heads up in about 5 minutes or 6 minutes time with Georgieva, the IMF managing director.
Just watch this closely. If we can break out, we can take this trade, but not quite yet.
Remember that starts at 10 a.m. Eastern time.
SPX attempting to trade higher now. Let me turn this off here.
Voice news disconnected.
We've got this orange bar down below that's being left behind, and we have this orange bar above to trade. And let me just show you something really quick here. Here's SPX. There's a small gap left behind if you can't see this here. There's a tiny little gap left behind over here. We had some dip yesterday, but we didn't close this gap. It's still here. So we could either do the bounce around thing. We do have negative. We've got a half-hour trigger crossing the hourly trigger too. Momentum is bullish, but I would prefer to have closed. We still left this gap behind too. So you got a gap from this morning, and we have a gap underneath here. So we could do ping pong, just like up, down, all around kind of grinding. And you don't want to be trapped in here either on the upside. So the key point here would be just looking at it like so here. Excuse me. And there's this gap right here that needs filled to the upside as well. So it's like Gap City, gap here, still haven't closed. Sorry, I'm trying to as I resize this stuff, it doesn't look good at all. We've got Gap City going on the up and down side, and you're kind of stuck in the middle. It's kind of a dangerous place to be in the market. You either want to be buying this dip lower here, or selling the gap above, one or the other. And not only that, you've got this half-hour trigger coming through here. Even if we're bullish, you'd still want to see price get above that hourly trigger to take this trade to close the upside gap. So there's no real trade right now. That's my point, is that there's no up or down trade worth taking. You'd rather see the gaps get closed, go long, take it up higher, get above the hourly trigger, half an hour trigger, and close the gap and take this part of the trade up here. And let me just show you this on the trigger screen too really quick. And it's kind of like shitty trading here, right? See all this mess in here? It's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. You don't want anything really to do with this. This is a minute chart, so if I showed you this on a 15-minute or an hour chart or something like that, it's just going to look like garbage, like pure garbage. So don't mess with it. Just wait. Let me see if I can bring this out a little bit. Yeah, none of this shit's scaling right now, but look at it from this might help with the perspective at least. Let me just delete this right now because it looks like garbage, but just give you guys some scale here. Hold on here. So you've got this declining wedge here, right? So if I had us going down to here, I think. If you're going to take a long or a short here, where is it? That's the question, right? So you want to be either taking this long down below. All right, we trade down lower. You can take that long right there if you want. That's a nice long, like it. I also like the short. So if we go up here, we can take the short to the downside. I like that too. Now, right where we are currently, like parked in this zone of noise, right? See this nice gap down here needs closed up. We haven't done any of that yet. You could also take this trade higher, but still not yet. And you still want to see price. And you look at this wick right here. That wick is a sell wick, right? So if we can break above and catch a new high and a back test, close this gap, I'm down with that too, but we haven't broken any highs yet either. So we're not really at a point where you want to be long or short. You just kind of want to let the market grind here until it finds either a breakout opportunity or close the gap opportunity to long from the bottom. And I can't call it to the downside or the upside at this moment. There's just like this big grind going on. And if anything, if I was going to call it, it would be the sweep lower to try to take this stuff out down here. Let's take a look at this really quick again. We'll make this put this on a smaller time frame, just so you can have some perspective here in a higher frame. And this is the gap from SPX. This is the gap from SPY. And I'd feel way more confident going, yeah, you know, let's take it, you know, way down here, right? Down, and try to catch some kind of a confirmation, right? We go down here, right? Start dribbling around, let's say. Or I guess that doesn't really, you know, I'm drawing it like that, but for something like this, right? And we get a nice confirmation of a new high. You know, you can take this one right here, right? That looks great. Out of here, close the gap. If not, we go down here. Just like that, we don't confirm the gap, or we don't confirm the new high, and we blast back down. Be a great opportunity to take a long to the upside. So no trade right here at the moment if you're trying to put a new trade on for the day or anything like that. And for the as far as the upside, it's kind of the same situation, right? You can see the supply above, right here, here, and right here. So I'd like to see some kind of a, and you still have like, I mean, look at this big wick right here. This wick goes from here. This is from 8 a.m. Giant wick up here. Another wick. So there's a bunch of traffic to the upside as well. Traffic right here. See it right there. There's a little bit of traffic, right? There's a little bit of traffic. Even right here, there's some traffic. You can see it right here too. Another big old wick. And it's just like you're going to get ground out in here. So you'd probably want to see a little, there is a 1 in 5 minute trigger here. There's a little bit of a bullish trigger here, but I do want to show you this too. You had a bull trigger here. And we went up, but it was wicked straight back down, right? So, you know, there's a bull plane right here. But the question becomes, you know, do we blast down here? Check this. And if we don't break this prior high right here, and even if we do, talking about something like this, it'd be like really grindy. See it right there. You got this one right here. You got that one right there. And you got this one right here. Just a lot of like bam, 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 bam. You're just like grinding only in the service of back down again. So just don't get trapped in any of this crap. Just wait for an opportunity. And you can see, look at this nice little blood right here. You actually have now a higher high, lower high. So don't even mess with it. Just wait until the price either shows a breakout or bloods to the downside so we can grab along there. Function of OpEx right here. And it's 10:03. So you already know that the sellers are going to step in here at 10 a.m. And they're going to step in again at 10:30. They'll take 2 whacks at it to the downside. Here's 10:30. Hold on here. Here's your higher high, or your higher high, but here's your higher low, and you now have a new low down below here. So don't even bother. Just be waiting. Too much garbage here. And it's OpEx, so you've got mechanical parking the bus to an extent. Now, we'll talk about a potential unwind. And not only just an unwind, but, well, an unwind. And there's two or three different mechanics that are going on here. The first mechanic is where prices matters for mechanical trading. So you have vol control gang. We all know who they are, right? Vol control funds. We know about CTAs. Those are trend followers. And then we know about COTs, right? Long, short funds. And they do a lot of mechanical buying and selling. So we'll take a look at all of these funds, volatility, and then we'll talk about dealers wrapped up in this as well. So if you recall, during the quarterly OPEX, we needed to definitively stay above a certain price. We can go look at it together. Hold on a second here, because I remember how this took place. Let's go take a look back together on this and talk about an unwind. You know, your Vanna White and Charm and all that kind of stuff, right? And this is what I want to show you here. So we've got we got this is coming into OPEX. Well, quarterly OPEX, I should say. This quarterly OPEX here, and we're kind of in the same similar situation. Not on a well, this I shouldn't say not on a smaller scale because it's monthly OPEX, because we have not unwound from the first quarter yet either. There's been no unwind of the first quarter, and there's been no unwind for this month. So invariably, we haven't had an unwind for 4 months. 4. Very unusual. And we need a reason to do the unwind, number one. And number two, we also need price to be in a specific place for dealers to unwind this downside move and be constructive. So I want to show you the price action that took place into quarterly OPEX right in here. And what took place was we were constructive to get the unwind into quarterly OPEX and month end had we continued to the upside. I think it was 5,700 or somewhere in here, and that would have led to a monster. Oh, my stream is lagging? Fuck me. Where? Thank you for saying something, young bull. My stream lagging on Twitch? Thanks for putting that. You didn't have to pay the $2. I apologize for that. I can't read shit right now. Refresh on your end if you can. Thank you for saying something, young bull. No lag on Twitch. If you're on YouTube and you're laggy, try to reset your YouTube, young bull. Let me know. Thanks, David. I appreciate it. Young bull, let me know if you're able to get a better stream. If not, let me know, brother. Anytime, man. I'm not. It says my stream is healthy on my end. Are you good now, brother? Hey, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, brother. Thanks for saying something. Even if it was on your end, man, I appreciate you saying something 100%. So the importance here is this. This was quarterly OPEX, and we're kind of a similar situation. We're looking for unwinds, and we need better price. We need definitively, if you remember back to quarterly, we could not be down here at 5,500. We needed to make our way above 5,700. And what happened into quarterly OPEX was we began to lose that upside momentum into quarterly OPEX and also end of quarter. And once we were down here, like a so, right? And especially, I want to draw your attention more importantly to, this is the 28th, this is the 31st, right here. I want to share, this is very important mechanics for you to understand in the market here. This is like a come to the campfire, come around the campfire or whatever. And the reason I want you to understand this is because as we're coming in here, right, for OPEX, we're not definitively above 575. We need to be here for dealers to unwind a quarterly trade and for market participants to unwind a quarterly trade. And as we don't do that into OPEX, and we don't do that into month end or quarter end and month end, you wind up seeing hedging flows that are triggered, mechanical hedging flows. So we get an initial counter trade up that literally banks put on against bearish trades. So we go up for that trade to not disturb the market. And then immediately after, what do? Straight down. Okay? Now, had we broken out before, we would have gotten the unwind and we'd be out of here. It'd be huge. Now, another mechanic of this is right in this time period. You guys remember Captain Condor? There was another captain out there, and he was slamming on massive SPX puts to park us here. So there was a market participant actively parking the markets here for this move to the downside. I shit you not. There's active participants that want the market to go down. We're looking at them on this stream. So if we're coming into this quarterly OPEX over here, remember this over here now, right? We're in the same similar situation, aren't we? We're in the same similar situation. Does that look familiar to you at all? And even when you're like, oh, Cap, that's bad right there. You know, even if you get the break higher, right? Even if you get the break higher after OPEX and we go into end of the month, there's another move down. Even if we trade up here into end of month for new month flows in April, May. So May 5th, there's still this like price action of send us down, get us a new low to once again get long. See it right here? It's easy. Boom, boom, right there. Send us down, get long, rip it higher again. Same action going on. Same action. No difference. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So, if you're looking for the unwind on a monthly basis or on a 4-month basis, what do you need to see? That ain't good enough, is it? That ain't good enough, is it? So if you really wanted this, like, hey, we're being productive here, productive is not this. It ain't 550. It ain't even 562, is it? You can still be dropped down here for early May to grab a low to go higher. So are we bullish? No. Are we bullish? No. We're not bullish. And we're coming into the most supportive time of the year. Now, can we get bullish? Now, and this is something else I want to say to you. If we are bullish for single stocks, it starts April 15th. For indexes, it doesn't start until last day of the month for April. And we get new monthly flows in May into like May 5th. You'll see new monthly flows. So this isn't rocket science, right? If we're looking at why would you change what you're doing if it works so well? Rinse, repeat again and again. You can see it right here. Easy as pie. Do it for yourself at home. Come into OPEX, reject, right? Come in at end of month, end of quarter, put on a bunch of hedging for the first week of the new month. You get squeezed out a little bit, but you get the print to the downside. New flows come in. This fucker went up, what? 10%, 12%. Huge payday, right? Come in the end of quarter, put your hedging on, get a fat ass print to the downside, right? New flows, pick it up. 12% printer. That's huge. It's half your year. Coming into OPEX again on a monthly basis. We got the month end. So even if you squeeze up here, doesn't matter, does it? Come into the 5th, right? Burp, 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 burp. Get paid. Cha-ching. Come into the 5th of May, take a long. Do you care if we break out? Fuck no. You'll deal with that later, won't you? You can get long up here. So until that happens, breakout, breakdown, new high, till that happens, you ain't got no business getting long up here, do you? It's working like clockwork. So let's look at this again. We're in this range right here, right? And you know a few things, don't you? You got the experience from last quarter. Still looking to sell this 62. If we're going to break out for summer, they're likely going to go up here and tag this. But we're still in this range to sell the downside, aren't we? Or maybe not today, but we've got end of month. Month end right here. Here's month end. There's the 30th. All right, so come up here, right? Take out this up here. Come back down, take this out up here, right? You put the hedge on for the first of the month. They counter trade you downside to 510, 500, somewhere in there. Now, you really want to, of course, be paying attention to, do we actually get the breakout? Implying that we break out from whatever that low is into summer, right? If you see something like this, and you see something like this where we're still trapped in to the old men, that bloodbath down there might not recover for summertime, right? Start looking to trade 4,600, 4,700. We have a delayed reaction into June, maybe. So there's a lot of mechanics here to be watching. You're looking for productiveness, and there's still likely another low coming our way between now and early May. Likely. Not guaranteed, but here's the 30th. Go back and watch the price action. Right? Go back, watch the price action to OPEX. Come on down here, squeeze up. Down, down. Boom to the fifth. 510, 500, 490, or what about lower? Look at that big low right here. That's huge. This is from the high. That's 15%. You take that hit down there. There's your 460. There's 430. Show you again. Up. Right? Start trading us down. Get up here. End of month hedging. Counter traded. Right? And then bam, 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 down to the fifth. Bloodbath. That's terrible. So there's a major trap in here for bulls to the downside. Now, you might be like, well, Cap, what if we break out? You told me that the market was going to get more bullish. Yeah, it is. 15th for single stocks. Here we got tech earnings, all that kind of shit. Right? Tech earnings, I gave you a monthly calendar already to look at for that. Once that's over, there ain't much driving the market here, is it? So if you're going to want to say, hey, Cap, when does it end? Well, you'd want to see that new high, right? And you'd want to see a new high, wouldn't you? Watch that hourly trigger come up. Start getting bullish. Until that happens, you're just day trading in here and looking for new lows to long down below. Is this any better way to describe it to you guys here? That price action right there, if they're going to try this again, it's like bread and butter. That's what it is. Bread and butter. And we're in a negative gamma. So you're like, okay, Cap, where are we going? Up here, bro. Go right up here, right? Come back down into here, maybe. Try to get out. And what do they do in bear markets? They cut you off early, don't they? Instead of getting that nice new high up here, they're taking you out right here, right? Try to get up here and get this nice new high. They take you out here instead of up here, right? Dulled reaction. We talk about the island too, don't we? Built a nice island right here. Lost it yesterday. Not good. Need to get back up to that island, don't we? Build that island. If that island doesn't get built up, we go down. So on the bottom right-hand side of your screen right here, let's look at this. This is SPX Gamma. Trying to build an island, right? Build this up, but where do we need to be? Not here. Not there. We need to be up here. Way up here. Just to get constructive. We need price all the way up here, and we need to hold this and create an island to go up. Moment that it's lost, bye-bye. And to boot, yesterday at 11:45, we got told, fuck you, no, didn't we? There's actually a wick up here. There's the island. Here's your first move down. We went up here and got told what? No. In the moment we were told no yesterday, what happened? Bloodbath, park it, Jerome Powell. We're right here, right? Low below the island. Rejection, park it. What happened? Start getting ready for a bloodbath, right? Whoomp, whoomp. Nice trade to the downside, right? Island, new low or first low, rejection, parked right here for the drop. Easy peasy trade. Got a small intraday island right here. Trying to hold it. What do you think? Pretty in the shitter right now, right? Would make sense that we go down here and clear all that crap out, right? See if they can attempt to hold this after, and then try to attack some of the gaps to the upside. Not much to do here on the buy side of things, is there? Gap lower right here. Needs filled, unfilled. Gap being closed down below right now. That's good to see. We can get down here and close this gap. We'll find out if we're in business to the upside. Good morning, by the way. How are y'all doing this morning? I apologize for yesterday at the end of the day. I've been asked a question, and let's take a look at this right here. There's the gap that needs filled. This is 11:45. Yesterday on, or right in here, there's a gap on SPX. Right in here. Let's go to a 1 minute. And I'll show you where that gap is. It's right here. This is right. Did I say it? Did I get that wrong maybe? Hold on here. I might have gotten that wrong. The gap is at, I said 130, but it's at 330. There's one even lower here. Make sure I get this right here. Hold on. This was at 15:49, so almost 6 p.m. yesterday on Wednesday. So it's even lower on SPY, somewhere down here. Hold on here. Some wonkiness going on here. Yeah, I got it. I actually got it right, I think. I think I got it right. Some reason I can't seem to get this to show up here. Give me a second here. Get this to show up here. There we go. Sorry about that. So watch this gap here to the downside. Let me draw this in for you. You guys see that? Yeah, you guys can see this. Sorry, I'm having technical issues here. You can see this last gap down here. This is 52.50. See the bear plane starting down below. That gap is right here. And you could even make the case to go lower to trend. We already had this one on here. Close the gap and then head lower. We're heading lower right now. So we'll look for both the gap closure and the lower trend down here. Gap's being closed right now on SPY, but there's a gap down here on SPX. There's 1545 right there. This is it right here. This is where the gap is. 1545 right there. Right in here. So at least a mark of 522.30. I'm getting some weirdness going on here. Come on now. Here's 1030. There's 11 a.m. Gap is closed on SPOOs. Get rid of these just so you can see where they are. We don't need to see those anymore. So the routine is still there, isn't it? Like the routine to the downside still persists, and that downside routine persists into week 1 of May, unless we see not only progress, but significant progress, right? So we can trade this up for OPEX end of month, the squeeze to 62, 50, 62. But you'll be looking for end of month hedging and new month flows and a major low for those flows. Question becomes, where is the buy point in early May? And in April, it was a 15% down move. And that puts us at 460. So between now, let's say, and the 30th, we accommodate tech earnings for the month of April. We get this nice sideways walk the plank, squeeze it up on good reports. And you're going to see who? Mr. Seller coming in and say, hey, give me a high, baby. Give me 62 so I can rip this fucker to the downside into the first week of May and get myself a nice buy-in and dip to buy for summer. Hold on here. My coffee's getting cold. Spoo's not being productive this morning. And I want to show you some more mechanics, what's going on in the background. I want to show you guys quickly what I'm talking about here. You're like, well, Cap, who's that Captain Condor guy? Who's the guy that's slamming on the fucking puts, parking the market when no one else is making moves? Now, I want you to think about that. You've got 3 to 4 different participants in the market. You've got retailers, you got dealers, you got like hedge funds, you've got family offices, but then you've got institutions. And the institutions are the whales. They only put money to work here and there or remove money. When they're in market, they normally control the market. You got to think about it from this perspective. You got whole market, and you got institutional participants. Or hold on, we'll do it like this. It's kind of a shitty circle, isn't it? Hold on here. Like, simply put, you've got whole market. You got retailers, right? You got that's small. Let's call those dealers. Dealers. That's a shitty D too. Dealers, retailers. You got institution. You got, like, I don't know, hedge fund or family offices. You got hedge funds. You got SoftBank over here fucking around. And at any one time, not everybody's doing shit. And let's say you get like a hedge fund, knowing that institutions aren't trading, they can come in and fuck around. They can even run psyops on you as a retailer and say, we're going to get retailers on our side, and we're going to get dealers on our side and make an amplified move in price while institutions aren't doing anything. And institutions are probably like, you know what? Hell yeah, if you can get price down there when we get our flows in, we'll work together. Bob over here from the hedge fund used to work at the institution. So he calls up Jamie and he goes, hey, Jamie, you guys making some moves in early May? And Jamie goes, hell yeah, man. Playing some funds. Bob's like, all right, you're not in the market until the 1st, right? No, man, not at all. So Bob's like, fuck it. We're going to run a psyop on these assholes over here. We got dealers down here that we know if we can position price, they're going to chase it, and we'll start amplifying moves. That works up and down depending upon what is working until it doesn't. And currently, what isn't working or what is working? Just look at April or March. Easy to see. Just look at February. Just look at, not January, but February, March. You keep doing it until it does not work. If we begin to break out, you then go, okay, let's switch to the long side here. So let's take a peek and see what they're doing today. We're in OpX, right? No one's trying to position price, right? Market's not fake. And let's just check this together. So what do we got going on over here? Hey, we got 2-day gamma. 2-day put gamma. What do we got over here? This is 5,200. 52. This looks like a magnet to me. I don't see any call gamma that matters up here. I see 5,200. Prominent. This is 2-date gamma, puts and calls. And the magnet here is 5,200. Let's take a look at this. We got the sweep at 5,250. Here's 5,225. And here is 5,200. And today's last day of the week. So we're looking to close a gap right here on a Friday. And what if I told you, here's 1,600. What if I told you, yeah, see that gap down there, bro? How about we go down there? Well, I'm having a really screwy morning here. What if I told you, let's go close this gap, fake out these bulls with a fake new high? We didn't get a new high, right? Up here, right? Fake out these new bulls, and then bam, over there. We just start fading the whole entire day. That looks like shit, but you get the gist, right? 5,200. And let's look at one more thing. Here is the pivots. And check it out. We got a target, S1 right here. So until price regains, and we can regain here, we can start to get some call gamma and call buying above all this crap right here. Trigger some call buying, but until we do, the way is lower. Price target downside unless we begin to recover the island and the drop up here. Price target 5,200 at the end of the day. Unless we begin to regain price here. We're going down into the close today, boys and girls. That target is 518. 518. That's that lower trend, too. 518 end of day unless we begin to recover. One quick second here, guys. Be right back. Oops, sorry about that. I didn't know my stuff was off. I was over here working in the background. Ah, shit. There. Put the news squawker back on here.
Georgieva says trade tensions will force nations to focus more on regional trade.
Going to read some news to you this morning. Trump wasn't so bad last night. He came out this morning and ripped Jerome Powell, but he didn't do any tirade last night. That was good to see. Philly Fed names Anna Paulson new bank president effective July 1st. Fed officials still resisting pressure to cut interest rates after Trump calls for Powell's termination. Also note that we get Netflix earnings after the bell today. That could kickstart the upside move in equities over the weekend.
Georgieva says that
if we can trade down and hit that nice low at 18. We have a 5-year tips auction at 11:30. We've got Barr speaking at 11:45. At 12, we get a 15 and 30-year mortgage rate. We get the Fed's balance sheet after the close today at 4:30. Maybe the most dangerous thing here coming up is likely the Fed Barr speech just prior to the 15 and 30-year mortgage rates. The Fed reiterating there's no Fed put yesterday. And what's fascinating to me is what was fascinating to me mostly yesterday was the official
asked about inflation says I don't expect big swing in either direction.
The official transcript from yesterday's Fed Jerome Powell speech was way more benign than the Q&A session. Now, I had a hard time finding a printout of the Q&A yesterday. What I found most fascinating was the Q&A was a setup. The interviewer knew what he was asking. Powell was prepared with answers. What the press picked up on was only the official transcript. That was it, which was benign on its surface. Now, the interviewer asked more poignant questions. None of that was reported yesterday. None of it. Zero. And that's telling. It's telling that your major news media refused to discuss anything from the Q&A. Now, Jerome was poignant in his answers and thought out in his answers. Also yesterday, the Wall Street Journal pushed a story about the assertion of power from the executive branch over the Federal Reserve. And our boy from the Wall Street Journal, Timorous, was out there playing tennis with Jerome, wasn't he? Making a bunch of posts, tying it all together. And fascinatingly, as soon as the Q&A started, the AstroTurf immediately began on CNBC. These aren't rocket scientists. These are like talking heads from CNBC. And they went full court press. Don't panic. They had the stories ready to go. Yesterday I went through all the stories that were out there, and I'm going, yeah, they're going to break this news to Bob on Main Street. You know, like CNN, your local newspaper, your local news organization. They're going to break the Q&A. They didn't. That shows fear. You don't want Bob on Main Street panicking. Now, I read some commentary yesterday that said, well, he's only saying what everybody already knew. You know, you as a retail market participant might already know, but Bob on Main Street doesn't. When I go out and about and around in town, I very rarely hear people, you know, aware of what's really going on. And here's the other part of this. Jerome Powell is supposed to be neutral and an authority. He's not a banker. You know, you don't trust Jamie Dimon. He ain't looking out for you. The thesis is that Jerome kind of is. In theory. He's an appointed position, right? You've got the little Fed presidents that do all the voting. He wrangles them all up. And he's supposed to be somewhat impartial. And I was really disturbed that Q&A was not
$44 billion in
a part of the news cycle.
and they're to auction $68 billion in
If we were on a high,
$6 billion in 3 months.
that Q&A would have been part of the news cycle. So it's telling when it's not trust me, bro, telling you, but Jerome telling you. I impress upon you, implore you to go back and listen to that Q&A again. Do it a second time. Write down what was being actually discussed. Had that hit the news wire yesterday, it would be bad, wouldn't it? This is a guy out there that's telling you. It's the kind of conversation yesterday that I think will be, what? In a documentary one day. And you'll be like, I don't remember that conversation. That was a CYA moment for Jerome Powell. Now, Jerome, they're trying to get rid of him. This guy walked us through, what? COVID walked us through a soft landing, and his legacy, at least in his mind, is on the line. That Q&A yesterday is the kind of thing where he goes, I'm going to be interviewed for a documentary. I want you to refer to this interview I did. And I warned them. You should go back and listen to it a second time. It was disturbing. Unprecedented. Not in modern history. Taft Act. Haven't seen this since the 30s. Worse than the 30s. That's from our chair. You know, I used to live in Utah. Spent some time in Utah, right? I met a Mormon guy. And I was in the Army for a long time. I get out of the Army, and I meet this Mormon. And this guy was legit. He was tougher than most men I've ever met in the Army. This guy, like, lived off the land, had a wife, kids, everything. And he took to heart being a Mormon prepper. He wasn't a prepper, but he took to heart his religion. In his religion, they told him, you have to prepare a year's worth of food and supplies in case of natural disaster of some kind or the rapture or whatever. Now, this guy that I knew taught me how to really hunt. I used to go the gun hunt, be a sea of an orange and shit like that. This guy was like, no, I'm going to teach you how to bow hunt in the middle of nowhere. And we'd go out in the middle of nowhere, and I'd be walking down a game trail and be like, no, we're going to break trail. That's hard work. Any of you know what that means, breaking trail anywhere? If you've ever walked on the side of a mountain up in the Uintas or up in the Wasatch Mountains or the Rockies, I mean, like you're walking up a trail to get to Peak Bag or something. Yeah, when you start walking your own trail, it's a whole nother thing. This guy taught me how to truly hunt. Now, that guy taught me how to, like, prep, right? So I move away from Utah, and I took away a lesson from this guy. I was like, you know what? I'm going to make sure I always have water. I'm going to make sure I got 3 days of food. I'm not a prepper. Not what I do. But you see, like, you go on the internet and you go, well, how do I do this? And this guy's teaching me. But then you run into people that are persistently always scared of something terrible happening. They're telling you how there's going to be an economic collapse. They're telling you there's going to be World War III. They're locked up in they got like a bunker in the backyard or up in the national forest or some shit. And they're constantly bad. You run into this into the stock market, don't you? How many times over how many years you catch these people? Mac 10, Northman Trader. I can just name them off, right? Permabear. The great crash is coming. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. You kind of have to, you're like, I'm not going to listen to that guy ever. No, that guy's crazy. Guy's a quack. The guy's been talking about that for 30 years. Maybe he finds comfort in it. Maybe it's a hobby of his. Maybe it's permanent fear. Maybe it's mental health. You don't know. So you dismiss that outright until someone with authority tells you something like it. In that Q&A yesterday, Jerome sounded like Northman Trader to me. I was like, man, this guy's saying some shit that I have not heard from a Fed president since maybe Volcker. Maybe Bush on the steps of the Capitol building, something like that. And you don't hear about this stuff until years later. They'll make like a documentary, and it'll be like Frontline telling you quietly, and then
According to the Wall Street Journal,
what you didn't see on the state capitol steps was what
projects had risk. According to the Wall Street
the
Journal,
Fed chair was telling him in his ear which was we won't be able to make payroll on Friday.
Clean energy projects, and some of its highest profile partnerships with ExxonMobil and Occidental are at stake.
Watch out for rejection here in this red bar. Right there. You can see it. We got one more target up here. Take the money right on that white line right there. So you hear this out of Jerome yesterday, and the commentary that I read yesterday was, we already knew this. But the idea is that it comes from him. It's not trust me, bro. It's Jerome warning you in advance. And one of the other things he said in that commentary yesterday was your investments will never be the same. Second target, 529.85 up here. Bull plane forming right here. Orange bar showing to the upside right there. Spoo's attempting to trade back to 5,300.
The article on the financial news feed for you to read through. So again, U.S. Energy Department is preparing dramatic cuts that could hold nearly $10 billion in federal funding for clean energy projects.
Next target higher, 530.25. A little bit lower than it should be. It should be a little bit higher. Right there.
According to the Kremlin, Putin met with Iran foreign minister, cited by IFAX. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%. Italy Economy Minister Giorgetti says he plans to meet US Treasury Secretary at G20 Summit on Tuesday.
Bull plane forming right now. This can hold here. We'll make one more trip higher right here. Might be a nice trade. Here's the high. SPOO's trading 52.96. S&P 500 moving higher on a boost from U.S.-Japan tariff talks. We have a new meeting scheduled. Elizabeth Warren coming out and speaking pure nonsense.
Italy's economy minister Giorgetti says tax policy, including domestic digital levies, is a matter to be negotiated with the US at bilateral, not EU level. Fed bids for 5-year tips total $1.7 billion.
Mexico's President Sheinbaum this morning saying, she says, talks with Trump was productive. We will keep dialogue. GS expects that over 2.6 trillion of notional options exposure will expire today. Says that stagflation fears are resurfacing following Powell's stagflation speech yesterday. You gotta, if you guys understand, like, well, I guess there's always lots of talk about stagflation. But the last time we had real stagflation was, decades ago. JPM going on to say that they don't expect a Fed cut anytime soon. That stagflation discussion from Trump yesterday had more to do with investments. He spoke about no returns on your investments for decades, quoted yesterday in a Q&A. JPM also saying they don't expect a Fed cut anytime soon. You would need Trump to either exert or assert successfully control over the Fed. An unknown happened to Jerome. or he serves out his term. There was some Fed speak earlier in the week that the Fed can move quickly if needed, but should not expect any cuts. The Fed funds rate remained unchanged yesterday, I think, which is predicting no cuts until at least Q4, I think, of 2025. JPM says they don't expect a Fed cut anytime soon following Powell and continue to look for the next cut in September. That's beginning of Q4 or end of Q3, beginning of Q4. Target 530.25. There's more gap up here at 531.38. Rabo's every comments on today's Maloney visit at the White House, quote, aware of this, however, is Italian PM Maloney in the U.S. today, with the EU worried she might strike a side deal for zero tariffs on Italian goods that would split the EU and open the door for others to follow suit. If you were the U.S. and didn't like the EU, wouldn't you exact that? The question may be if the Italians are prepared to reap the rewards for being the first to break rank while risking brickbats from the EU in the downside if the U.S. reneges on any agreement. Overall, desks are quiet today as everybody is preparing to hop to the Hamptons for a long weekend. So let the market squeeze up into end of month for a place to sell. SPOO's now trading 5,300.
In an issued statement, it says Hexeth told France, take responsibility for European defense.
A note here that the gap higher is coming into focus at 5,400. If SPOO's can get a new high above here and backtest successfully, we'll begin to look at the trade for 5,400. Note that there are sellers above.
About 10 minutes ago, until we get the US 5-year TIPS auction data with a prior bid cover of 2.1 and a prior high yield of 2.121%.
We want to hold this white line right here. Nice new high. Try to take this out and hold this.
Research then.
We'll begin to discuss a trip to 5,400.
TIPS auction, a $22 billion reopening in December, stopped about 7 basis points above the when issued yield at the bidding deadline. Most recent TIPS auction, a 10-year opening last month, tailed by less than 1 basis point.
Cross happening right now on SPOO's. One 5-minute trigger now crossing. Just need to confirm the cross that the move is higher.
According to sources, prices for Russian-made loading Urals oil is steady versus April at $2.50 to $3 a barrel, discount to Brent at Indian ports. S&P 500 turns positive, last up 0.4%. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick, a former Bridgewater executive, says he and the rest of the GOP-controlled Senate will not pass a tax hike on people making more than $1 million a year. I think that's all I've got for you right now. Not a whole ton out there right now. Got some other mixed news here about retail buying yesterday. Likely that same OPEX end of month trade to the upside into month end for the trip lower for first week of May. So far, SPOO's confirming and holding the check back on the 1 and 5 minute. Turning this red into green. It's a nice trade coming up here. Remember, we need the new high off of this one right here. Nice back test up here, and then bam, straight up. Leave it just like that so you can see it. So bring that back into focus there. There was a failure of a new high from 10 a.m. here. SPOOs must hold. If it doesn't, the trade is going to go to 530 to the downside, right down here. Big move to the downside here. Still holding. A little bit of break here. We begin to see this rejection here. We're going to head down here. SPOOs beginning to lose support. Looking like a bull trap at the moment. Watch for the rejection. SPX chip back checking the 5-minute trigger. See it down here if you can't see it. Right here. Still no confirmation yet. I'm going to find out here in just a few seconds. Just got to see if these bulls fail or not. Bulls still holding on. If you're a buyer, you should see a move here. A back test, take the long. We see failure here. We're going to take a put together all the way down here to 22.30. 22. Bulls still holding right now. No confirmation for a downside move. $11.30. They actually don't even need to get up that high. They only need to get up one here. This is a win right here. Bulls won by a tick, by a penny. This is a winning trade for Bulls here. We're going up, or it looks like it, by a penny. We're going a higher here. Bulls just won this trade.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Next target 528.91. Keep on going. You're not done. You're going all the way up here. 29.94. There. Vicious supply up here. Vicious. Spoos on the pivot point for intraday positive gamma for a squeeze higher. You'd want to see a trade above 530 right up here to have a ripper into the close. Bulls winning right now. There is a failure of a new high back here, but this is still the same trade. And they won the trade back over here, so they still have the advantage here. We'll see if this tweezer can be reversed. All right, they still have the chance to reverse it, get the new high, and then crank us up. Buyers still in control here. Was confirmed by like a 2-penny tick, like right there. If sellers win, I'll let you know. Buyers still in control.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of financial use.
No new low on SPOOs, no rejection. Buyers still in control here. Do not trust buyers here. Or I mean, don't think that sellers are in control here. They're not. Not yet, at least. My God, so much fucking drama here. Also note here that Netflix has earnings after the bell here. Netflix recovering right now. If you wanted to take a trade as synthetic long and not be roped in over the weekend, you can always synthetically trade through Qs. You take the trade if there's some risk off behavior in Netflix last 15 minutes of the day. You can usually jump in on Qs at like 4 o'clock, 4:01, and run it up for 15 minutes, then get out so you don't get the theta burn. This is all drama here. Bulls own all this right now. They haven't lost anything. They lost a tick just then. We'd have to confirm it. So Bulls lost by a tick, or won by a tick up here, and they just lost by a tick right here. So we'll find out if we reject. If we reject up here, we will take the trade lower, but they haven't rejected just yet. It's a little bit negative here for Bulls. No confirmation yet. They still own it. So watch this closely here. We'll find out if they lose it. They still own all of this right now. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent has cautioned White House officials on attempts to fire Fed's Powell. I think this is a larger thing that like interconnects with Powell and other things with the White House policy. There's an attempt here to through other means, like easy wins, like this guy that was removed from the U.S. is like an arguable. So if I was trying to make a precedent for judges not having the final say on executive authority, I'd be looking for a case that is arguable. I wouldn't be arguing Fed Chair Jerome. I would be arguing a case that you can kind of win, or it's murky, and this reaches other stuff too. It's not just Jerome Powell, but you could say that he's wrapped into this, and the Fed itself. If you catch a ruling against the courts, or it gets moved, catch a ruling against the courts, then it moves to a Supreme Court decision. You could then apply that to Jerome Powell. Bessent saying just now has cautioned the White House officials on attempts to fire Powell. They can't until they win a case like this guy that's down in the Guatemalan prison. Nothing can happen unless that happens. Just a note here, we just failed. This is pretty bearish. So we'll open the door to the trade to the downside. It's now here. It wasn't here earlier. Apologize, I wasn't paying attention. Here's the failure. Second failure here. Straight down, trade 522. Just waiting for a breakdown here. Catch the new low. Take the trade right here. I'll take this trade with you here. I had a call set up here, but no new high. Needed to see this break right here and then come back down for the long. Here, we'll do this one right here, and we'll do this one right here. Got them all stacked up and ready to go. Need to see the break below, the rejection, down, down, down. Still not there yet. Need to see the break first. Need to see this break and the rejection. We'll get right on it right here. Bulls trying their best to hold on again. Just note, though, there's a pin right here. 1 penny. This is bearish still now. Now, let me see if I can make this cleaner for you so you can see it. Just get rid of all this crap. So it's right here. This was the high that was failed. That shit looks wonky as fuck. Shit looks like sloppy. Looks dirty as fuck. Hold on. Get rid of that now. Just waiting for the break lower here. Already had it. Want to see a failure by bulls. Descending new lows, higher low, lower, excuse me, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Just waiting for the break. There's the failed high. If you see this failed high, the bulls could take it back. But you'd need to see like that move there and then a successful back test. We could take the long, but there's no trade here. And this shit will rain down to the depths of hell over here. Coming into 12 p.m. See if they can catch the new low. Sellers just need to get down right about here to this gap. Weakness in buyers. Want to see a break of 52.81.96. On SPX. It won't be this violent either. I'm just using this to mark the trajectory. Trade to the downside if we can confirm it. $5.20. Oh, look at that squeeze. Woo. This is a pretty big inflection point here. It's pretty important inflection point here. Quick squeeze. If this is lost here in this on this hour, trade is to 520. I've got 520. I've got 522 here, but it's basically to 520. Big old squeeze here.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with financial juice.
There was a new high there.
A year for our real-time service.
See the prior high right here. Oh. Prior high, new high. But I don't like that wick at all. I don't like the wicks. Technically, that was a new high. Still want to see the low and the rejection and take the trade lower, though. Don't take the long here yet. The long call or whatever. This looks like a liquidity grab. They're just hammering price right now. I'll show you guys what's going on in a more clear way. I mean, it's just like wicking. It's like fucking selling, man. Wham, 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 wham. You can see that big red bar right there. See if we can look at it in more detail here. I mean, this red bar, see all this right here? Just like sell, 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 sell. Even though we have this big, like, juicy fruit in the sky up here. Just massive supply. Bull's about to lose it here. Not too long now. Watch out for more violence here. We're wicking like big time on 15-minute basis here. Still no trade. Got some puts set up, just no trade yet. Just waiting for that fucking down, reject, and we'll take it. How long have you been sitting here for waiting for a fucking trade, man? It's been like... Feels like it's been like an hour, maybe longer. Almost there. We're getting ready for a bloodbath here, gang. It ain't going to look like this. It's going to be longer, but just waiting for the door to get shut here. Almost there. Close the gap. A little bit more. God damn it. Son of a bitch. No gap closure. Fucking Christ. Second new high on the squeeze. I got no trade here. I can't take a trade. Like they're like there's traps in here everywhere. Look at this. We got the look at this really quick. Let's look this together. Like fucking Christ. Like just look at this wick right here. Here's a wick right here. There's a new wick right there. New high. Looks like liquidity grabs. Now it's looking bullish. No trade. I mean, look at how close that was. Look at that. I needed to see this trade here. I needed to see 526.16. We traded 526.22. 6 cents. And look at what's going on right now. Rip it. Like no trade. I got to switch to call side now. It's like fucking Christ. This goes to green again. Booze holding 5 fucking 30. Just under 530. Island still alive again. Take this one away. Bulls back at it again. Move this one down. This one's too close to count here, but if the Bulls begin to win, still looking for this failed high to get tagged. This yellow line right here. They're fucking, they're like, this whole thing here is like trap heaven up and down. And it's like pennies. Here we go. Look at this shit. This is a fucking penny. Give me a goddamn penny, dude. Have a long call trade set up. Still haven't executed it. Still, like, look at this right here. Let's look at this really quick. I mean, just look at this shit. Look at that fucking tick right there. Look at that fucking thing right there. Right there, right? Look at that fucking thing right there. It's like, there you can't even trade it. It's untradeable. And that's not a winning tick. This high was already beat right here. Like that high was beat right here. This high was not beat. Watch, look at the return all the way to the downside. No trade. I don't even know how you get in and out of this. Like how you even like can get in and out like long and close before it rolls on you. I ain't that quick. I'm quick. I ain't that quick. I take trades without telling you guys sometimes, but I haven't taken any of this shit. This is like high frequency shit. I can't touch that shit. No way. And there's traps in here like pennies, like 2-3 pennies, 6 pennies. They're doing it. Watch, look at this shit. Like, what the fuck do you do with that? Like, I don't even know what you do with that. And like, here's where it gets crazy. So you see, so we missed that one, right? So now you're looking for like we failed there. So you're looking for the back test. Now you're looking for the tick, then a back test, and then up. Like seriously, like that. That's what you're looking for. Which is insane too. And look at this fucking look at this blood down here. Scoop up some more liquidity. And we're still alive. Bulls are alive right now, still, believe it or not. Like we can trade all the way down here and go right up here and then come right back down for this. Look at them. They just took it all the way down. There's fucking eating stops. Look at that. That's fucking insane right there. Like, the fuck you supposed to do with that? I don't know. It's fucking barcoding. Bam, 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 bam. Well, I know what it is, OPEX, but I know it's OPEX, but this is brutal. No trade here. They're not a fucking single one. And they're still alive. Look at that shit. Bulls still alive here. Watch this tick movement.
Then sign up today and get our special.
And look at this.
Financial Juice Pro.
There's fucking pennies right here.
Service for the price of $1.
This is what the Bulls need to keep. This is where the fucking top is right there. Or the top. That's like 2-3 pennies. Watch them come down here trying to just eat all this stuff. Like, look at this. I don't think I'm going to draw anything else in because I'm tired of the fucking up and down bullshit. If we start getting bearish, I'll let you know. If we can start getting bullish, I'll let you know. But there's nothing here. It's like it's pennies. And look at this. Look at this eating up here. That just held. Technically. That's some computer shit right there, right? Mm-hmm. You're not that fast. I'm sure a bunch of you out there are going. I am not reading what you guys are saying, but I bet a bunch of you out there are like, "Oh yeah, bro, I was long right here, bro, and then I was short, and then I was long, and then I was short, and then I was long, and then I was short, and then I was long, bro. Trust me." No. Look at this fucking price action. Oh, you got the high tick that time. You got it right here. You just got it right here. There it goes. There goes that fucking high right there. You hit it. Jesus Christ. Bullish again. You just got it. You say missed that one over there. We didn't have over here, and we just got it just now. We're bullish. Any chance you get down here, get long with calls. I'll jump in with you. Hold on. Hold on a second. I gotta change my the option I was looking at here. I was looking at 540s. Hang tight here. Yeah. Stay with me here. All right, I'm long. I'm good. See what happens here. All that shit right there. Target 529.25. That's a fucking mess right there. Next target up here, 531. Spoo's trying to break out to the upside. Be really careful of these sellers up here. These guys mean business. They actually mean business like right here. But I should say it's to here, but we likely poke our heads up, close the gap because we're up there. But be careful, these sellers are real right here. They mean fucking business. Look at that price action. Gnarly. It's even bigger than that. It's like this. You guys see that? Yeah. This. Down here. Down here. Down here. Down here. And right here. Look at that. If you can see that, but it's like boom, 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 boom. And it's pretty vicious. Bulls back in action again. Back in business. Trading higher now for the first target just got hit. 529.35 just tagged. Good. Failed sellers no longer. Watch out for the HT here. Also having a half an hour trigger just above it. 531.3 on SPX target. Watch out for violence as we go up here. It should be like bam, 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 bam kind of stuff. Trading 529.34 to the upside. Target 530.25, 531.03. Beginning to break through sellers. Watch out for a massive fucking squeeze here. If we can trade 53.25 with a pullback. Should be some violence and volatility up here. Be very careful. Stops are where this green box is right here. Sellers beginning to overtake, or buyers beginning to overtake sellers here for a squeeze. Watch out for a bad, have upside sell stops. I don't have any on right now, but if you don't know when to get out, keep your eyes on this squeeze to here. If you see price blast up there, trading 250, 529, excuse me, 57. Trading the hourly trigger right now. Price targets on SPX 53.25. Sellers begin on this red box, then they're up here too in two places. Should I write sellers twice, maybe? Make these guys the little sellers. Make these guys the big boys up here. SPY grinding higher right now in an hourly trigger. Watch that 1 minute trigger right here. Watch this green box right here for pullbacks. Right here. And right here. Need to hold this to go up there. SPY breaking out. Watch out for violence on the upside. Got a nice wick down here, too. Just be careful in here. Do you see this right here? I want to show you this. You're like, we're going to go to the moon up here, bro. And in reality, it's like squeeze up. See that prior high right there? And then whipsaw back down. Then you get your move higher after. So just note as we come up here that, there's violent sellers right here trying to take us down. The jump point is right here. This whole area. So if we go up, slam down. Just note that if you have like upside stops or if you have downside stops, anything like that. Could see like whip, 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 and then all the way down here. And then higher. Maybe not that part right there. Just like there and then there. The real violence in here. VIX 9-day with a nice rejection and a bunch of gaps to close to the downside. Here's VIX 9-day. Talked about this yesterday and the day before. We said, we got to go up here first. We did that. Closed all those gaps. There's one more gap left up here. But I think we got wicks up here, so we're kind of okay. Looking to close all of this shit down here. Could see the move down, then up, then down over here on VIX 9-day. Just be really careful on like the violence down here. But man, gotta see it right. Hopefully. TNX holding up right now. Dollar hovering around not the dollar hovering around $1. HYG looking pretty bullish here to close the gap to the upside. This is HYG, by the way, so you know, like you get the move higher here in HYG, then down. This kind of mimics the inverse of VIX 9-day, and then we go higher again. So have upside stops. DI, this is Dow Jones Industrial Average, parked down here nicely, looking for a move higher. Qs, same thing. This is QQQs. You got the brief last night. Up, down. Looking for more uppies.
Protect your trades from macro headline
IWM.
Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time.
Real danger here. Here's IWM expectations. IWM's got a violent move coming to the upside, but then a major roll. Here's your first block of sellers right here. Remember that we're on a 1-minute chart and not an hourly chart. So you can see this violence easily on a 1 minute, but on an hourly, it won't look like that. Nice new high at 1230. Go all the way down here easily. Bulls stacking it up in here. SPX gamma rejection on half-hour trigger. To be expected. Half-hour, 15-minute velocity on SPX is bullish as fuck. Hourly, not so much, implying another upside move here, but there could be a violent reversal as we hit resistance. Gaps as far as the eye can see above here on SPX. Big old gap up here. That's the trip to 5,400. Jump point 5,300 on SPX to go higher here. Could get a giant move up into the close here with violence. I'm going to take a quick potty break really quick. I am long calls into the end of the day right now. I'll be back with you guys here in just a moment. I got to go potty really quick. That was a nice target hit. Just a penny above. These sellers are gone. These sellers are gone. Next target. Note that Besant saying Japan discussions moving in a highly satisfactory direction. Trump also finishing up an interview earlier in Europe with Italy trying to split the EU on making deals, the art of the deal with Trump. Another note here for you, if you can't see it, this is the half an hour trigger. The 5-minute trigger is coming higher right now, so we should see a test of that. See if we can move higher off of it. So this is this right here. I don't know if you can see that, but you might be thinking that this is that, but this is actually that right there. So this next target, this pullback, can go as deep as this right here. We can go all the way down here on this cross on the half-hour trigger. You can see where we hit the sellers, or just under the sellers, then we took out those sellers, coming back down again. Check the cross and then take out these new sellers above. Be the same action like this, where you fail them, come back up, get above, and then and then sell it, get out of here. Just note this pullback can go pretty deep here. This was the little sellers over here. Should have deleted this, but I did. My bad. These are the little sellers. These are the big sellers up here. This is the instigation of the move down here.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
SPX holding up just fine right now. Watch this one closely here. Target, downside target. 527.63 at the worst. If we're still bullish for the next upside target. So you can see it.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99.
Be right back with you guys one more time here. Hold on.
Service.
Just so you guys can see this really quick. So just some context. Here's the instigation of the move. Grind, 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 grind. Hit the little sellers hard. Need to hold here to go higher. Whoop. Can't see that. Go up there, right? What you don't want to see is a loss of the white line. If we do, we will erase the entire move. It to go higher. Be conscious of this right here. Spoo's now coming higher once again. Holding up just fine on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. Now, see this yellow box right here? We want to see the bulls be able to what? Go higher, right? Get the new high. Come back down. Hit this bad boy right here, and then we're on our way up and out. We do not want to see a failure of that right there, and we do not want to see a failure of that. We don't want to see this. We don't want to see any of that bullshit, or a little bit lower there, but be watching this return to the upside. Still bullish. No sweep lower confirmed yet. I guess we'll make that a red for now. We want to see this tick higher here. And we're going to switch this one here too, I think. Yeah, no, we leave it just like that. I was going to raise it up a little bit, but they still have time. Sellers still have time. It's 12:49, so they still have a few more minutes to sneak it under here. If there is a break above, see this? I want to show you guys something here. So show you guys what's going on here for bulls. So see these little sellers right here? If price is able to get a new high up here, right, and hold this, the next target is 532 or so, somewhere in this some change. Like these sellers up here, we're like something like that. I get the 531 over here, but then there's like a bigger one up here. Oh, hold on here. $532 and change up there. There's a lot going. There's like mechanically, there's a lot going on here. Like if we're able to break that new high and hold it and back test it well, that turns green, and it's a jump point to trade 32 and also possibly some other higher highs like high 30s and 40s. So this is a pretty crucial moment here in the market. Looks like a breakout zone up here. Or a rejection. That's why I got these big sellers up here. I should probably write big on that, shouldn't I? Because they fucking don't want to see us start taking out stops, do they? Hey, why didn't that save? There we go. I should call these bigger intraday sellers, or old men. Intraday old men. Day is getting productive. SPY trying to take out these little sellers right here. These guys right here. These fucking guys. Take this fucking guy out right now. Really piss him off. Getting rid of the yellow box now. It's been beat. This yellow box has been beat. Now just waiting for the red box right here to beat these guys out. Bullish. Watch out for a massive fucking squeeze here. Start cranking. A little bit more. We need a little bit more. 7 minutes left. Want to see a nice fat new high up here. Dude, just give me a fucking big old green bar, baby. Big fat donkey. Like big old like wham. Show me that sexy. Oh, hold on. Big, fat, just monster, huge. Just like a rocket ship, you know what I mean? A big old rocket ship. Got a capsule on it. Got a little guy up there just checking it out. Like a big old rocket ship. I don't care if you reverse. I guess the fins probably don't look like that. They're probably more rounded, right? You had like a rounded rocket ship. Or I guess the fins would be rounded, more aerodynamic, right, than angled. Seatbelts on, Bears. Helmets, Bears, helmets. Spoos trading 530.33 a second time. Big fat zero where supply is. If we break through, look for 532.50 to the upside. Smashing vol right now. VIX 9-day being taken to the woodshed. Our boy Chamath up here. Pump and dump Chamath getting run over right now. Oh, you feel it? You feel that? I know you're feeling that right now. I know for a fact you're feeling that one. SPY looking to break out right now. Clear skies to the upside. New high on little sellers. Just need to hold this right in here, boys and girls. $529.72. Hey, right here. Hey. Need to hold this right here. This is a major jump point to go cranking. Watch the green box. None of this dipping down here bullshit. Starting a new hour. New candle, new hour for 1 p.m. If we can make this the bottom of the candle, you know where we're going. Moon time. Oh, sorry about that. I still got my break time. I'm going to go rub my ass in the lawn. Sorry. Buyers firmly in control. Bye, 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 bye. I'm still long here, too, by the way. I haven't sold shit. I think I'm going to hold into the end of the day, the close. Maybe. It depends on where we go. I'm a little bit afraid of Netflix, like shit dumping Netflix at like 3:45. We'll see where Netflix is if they crank up into ER or not. With it being a long weekend, it's possible we crank straight up into the 4:15 hour. If there wasn't a long weekend, I would think we blood the last 15 minutes, but where it's end of week, short week, maybe we can get a crank up into the end of the day today. Spoo's throbbing right now. As they say, pamp it. Spoo's stacking monster buyers underneath. Remember, we've got the start of a new hour. The 12 o'clock hour low. Jesus Christ. 12 o'clock hour low was all the way down here. 12 o'clock hour low right there. We'll get rid of this one now. Need to hold right where we are. Can travel all the way down there, believe it or not, but I don't see it. We're just like stacking dead bodies here. But just note the possible low for the next hour is 527.65. But I ain't seeing it, man. This is like bye, 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 bye. Now there is a note here. If we slap the fuck out of these big sellers, this pullback could be it. So like this is 130. Remember that low up there? If we slap these guys, I want you to think about that trade right there. I'm not guaranteed it's going to happen, but these guys aren't going to be fucking around. I mean, I guess at that point it might be right there. Just keep an eye out as we head up there. Be aware of it. Get that out of the way. Make it cleaner here. Remember, these guys aren't fucking around. These are the little sellers, same group. Five-minute trigger is about to cross the half-an-hour trigger on SPOOs. We're going to get rid of this line now, too. Clean it up a little bit. Note that the 1 o'clock low can trade as low as 28.44 and also 27.68. Sellers revenge fucking right now. My coffee is like screaming hot. I have this thing set way too high. You know, I don't even like coffee. I actually typically prefer espresso, double espresso, because I find it utilitarian. Like if I'm out and about doing my thing, right?
I want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the.
I've never been like a coffee drinker unless I'm sitting here.
Special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year.
But like my normal life and real life, I prefer to like do a shot or a double shot wherever I go and go about doing whatever the hell it is I'm doing. So I have a preference of espresso, not regular coffee. Like I like a coffee for like if I'm like around a campfire, it's cold, or gonna be doing something like working outside or in my garage or something like that. I like a coffee, keep it warm, but it's like a textural thing for me. And I actually love espresso. Like I love it. Like I love the quick shot. I like the taste of it. I like the speed of it. And it gives me like the pickup that I need to keep doing what I need to do and whatever I'm doing at that moment or whatever. Just waiting here for a quick back test of 5,300 on SPX Gamma. You want to see it here? There's SPX. So you see the initial move high. Wait a minute. Hold on here, guys. See the pump up here, right? Told no. Could press down to this 5,300. I'm assuming is that 528 or 527, maybe that deep. But we're just doing it to get the lift that we need to break up and take out this high. And then we'll back test the hourly trigger and begin to take out that gap to the upside. Just hang tight. Markets, I guess some people call this digesting, but not quite. It's going to absorb all of these sellers and look for that gap close to the upside. If at any point we break below and lose support, I'll let you know. Just keep sliding this over as the move is digested. You switched to green tea. I can't stand cream and sugar. So here's, yeah, Matt, I'm with you. So, well, I'm with you, but I'm not. All right. So for me, right? I can't stand cream and sugar. Can't stand it. But I don't like the flavor of coffee or an Americano versus an espresso. So I'm like stuck. So I put like a spoon of sugar in and some cream in. And I'm like not happy with it at all. And I've tried to drink Americanos, not a fan of them. And I'm not a fan of like heavy coffee either. I don't know why this is. Like I love an espresso, love the flavor, love everything about it. Like a nice warm cup, right? I don't like a twist. I used to like a twist in a cube. I don't like that anymore. I just like a nice fast shot, couple sips, and I'm done. And I love the flavor, the profile, everything about it. But I've tried tea, and to me it's too much caffeine. I know. I'm like, oh, I love an espresso, but when I drink tea, I get amped up, like super amped. My wife likes tea. She loves it. I buy her all the nice shit, like all the nice teas and stuff. She doesn't buy it for herself. But I got a good tea story for you. My mom or my family is Irish, and one of my fondest memories growing up was my mom was a big tea drinker, and I grew up in Boston, and tea, if you're not Irish Catholic in Boston when I was a kid, you wouldn't drink tea if you were non-Catholic. And that sounds crazy, but this was real when I was a child, because of the Boston Tea Party. But and the Irish weren't supposed to be drinking tea either, because of English rule, right? So if you're Irish Catholic, you're not supposed to drink tea. My mom drank tea, and which was kind of rare, and a faux pas amongst like. So when I was growing up, it was like the last generation, pretty much the last generation. It was the last generation of tribalism in the U.S., either through religion or culture, mostly due to mobility and money. So my parents are the boomer generation, the actual boomers, and this is a big shift in culture in the U.S., right? You guys are aware of this. Like if you go to Europe, you go to Asia, you go to Europe, go to Asia. Old people are still mostly intertwined with their younger families. And so you still hang out with your grandmom and your aunts and your uncles. You go on vacations, you do that kind of stuff. In the U.S., there was a break. When I was young, you would have like an old aunt or old uncle or a grandparent being taken care of by younger family. And families lived nearby more frequently. They weren't as mobile. Even if they moved across the country, an expansion west and stuff like that, they moved as family units. Due to religion, politics, culture, things like that. Now, the boomer generation was the first generation that had money. Their parents, the greatest generation, bought homes en masse, accumulated wealth, were able to pass it along to their children, who are boomers. And so for the first time, boomers had a choice, and they went through like the 60s and the 70s. And they had hold on here. We'll put this up here and switch this out for yellow. So U.S. boomers were raised in that environment. So then all of a sudden they got money. And they're like, well, I don't have to do this anymore. I don't have to go live with my mother when I get older. I want to go dancing, and medical advances. You know, if you get older these days, you're not broken down, right? You can dance, swim, go to more things, right? Do more things, more active, longer lived life. So this story is going somewhere, I promise. So taking out the next low down here. Sellers angry here. The little sellers trying to send us back down yet again. So we have a more mobile generation in the course of boomers. Now, what else happened to boomers? So I was a child of no internet. I was a child of the first gaming systems. I was a child of the first personal computers. I was a child of the internet. So I have a foot in the old world and a foot in the new world. Nobody had cell phones. Then everybody had cell phones. Went go through all of it, right? And my parents didn't have a foot in both worlds. The boomer generation, most of their lives were lived in the foot in the old world. So they had discovered, of course, Facebook, right? Facebook was wild. Facebook started out for kids, college kids. I heard about it when I was in high school. I was living in New England and actually heard about it. It was because before that, when I was a kid, all the kids wanted to be in the Book of Faces, I think it was called, but it was a book. It was an actual physical book of if you go to college, you want to be like who's who in America. You want to get yourself into that book. And then Facebook comes along, and kids were all over Facebook, and then the parents started joining. Boomers. And they're like, oh, Jim, I know you're on Facebook with all your friends, but your mom's on it. I'm your mom. Can you friend me? It's me. And then eventually, Facebook became for old people. And of course, they made more social media, and people like me jumped from social media place to social media place and left behind these boomers. So boomers had a spot to meet. And they were like, well, I don't like my kids. My crazy ass kids are doing things that I did as a kid, but I don't approve of it. And they had someone to listen to them. Other fucking boomers. They didn't have other boomers to bounce their ideas off of. Prior to that, they lived inside the house with mixed generations. Now they don't need those mixed generations. They got money, they've got mobility, they've got good health, and they've got each other. So you got boomers now talking to each other. And, it's easy to succumb to, you know what, my kid's an asshole and the kid's doing the wrong thing. What about your kid? Yeah, my kid's rebelling. And, of course, if you're older, you're like, I don't remember that when I was a kid. There's other, boomers telling each other this false story, right? False narrative. And then, of course, you get astroturfing, right? Facebook got busted for that. Remember that? Something Analytica or something like that was happening in London, I believe, or Europe. Don't quote me on this stuff because I have foggy memory. But you want to be influencing these old people now that are on the internet. You got a pool of voters, likely voters, so you can kind of influence how they vote, right? Remember that? You guys remember that? I don't know if you do or don't, but there's a big stink way back in the day. Now, what's interesting about this is as I'm growing up and stuff, and I got like, ooh, I love this, love the video games, ColecoVision, Atari, Intellivision, Commodore 64, Commodore 128, Apple II, Apple IIe, Apple IIc, I don't know, Apple C, yeah, 2C, I think, 2E, 2G, I think it was even an Apple GS, maybe. Apple GS, maybe? I don't know. Anyways, so there was a split culturally. And this goes back to talking about, hey, when I was a kid,
protect your trade.
People had their like cultural identity. It was huge. I'm German. I'm Irish. I'm this. I'm that. I'm this religion. I'm this background in my culture. Proud of it. That kind of shit. Now we're taking out the first two levels here. Remember when I told you this hour here? We can trade all the way down to 527. 63 and still be okay for the upside move up here. So this move right here is still this move. Like we can go all the way down here. That's the same move to go higher. All the way down here we can go and still be bullish, believe it or not. All of that right there. Go all the way down here and still be bullish. Make this one yellow now. Make this one yellow right now. Make that one still green. All this is still valid up here. Oh, look at my shitty drawings. And that becomes the low now. So this reminds me, the T story reminds me of my childhood. As an adult, I have boomer parents, and we love each other, of course, but we went the path of most boomers and their kids. Most of them, not all of them. You might be out there listening right now and being like, I'm super close with my parents and I'm near your age, but the data suggests otherwise for most of America. And something I grew up with when I was a kid that was fascinating and I've always cherished in my heart was that when I was a kid, my mom would drink tea late night and make food. So when I became a teenager, we'd be out and about and doing our thing and all that kind of stuff. And we'd come home late night and my mom would make tea and toast with butter. And it was awesome. Like almost like biscuits, but it was toast with warm butter, sometimes with some cinnamon. And we would drink tea around our table, our kitchen table. And my friends would be there, my sister, my brother, whoever else would be around. And we'd all gather around a kitchen table late night and talk about our week, talk about our day. So I've always assigned like tea drinking to commiseration, maybe commiserating with people or with family or loved ones and that kind of stuff. So I've always loved tea, but it's always been too potent for me in terms of caffeine. Watch this here. See if we can tag this low right here. Bulls need to hold right here. Bulls like me, we need to hold this right here to go up. This should be the low. If we break that line right there, 527, it's going to get nasty. We're going to go blood into the bell, and it'll be brutal. Not quite there yet, though. Look at that tick. Near perfect tick. We'll see if this holds or not. See if we are going to close the gap into the end of the day today. Now what we're going to do is we're going to check. I'm going to draw this back in a minute here, but I want to show because I want to show you one more thing here. If that was the top from the little sellers, we're going to know right here. I'm going to find out. First indication would be a break down below. We would come up here and then begin the blast down to the other side. So far, holding up just fine. If you're a seller, you'd want to see at 130 the new low down here. So far, no go for bears. So tea. That's my experience drinking tea when I was young. Was with my mom. Fond memories. Right about there. Make sure I got that right. Let's watch this close together here. Just watching the price action in here. Major inflection point here. Remember we were squeezing earlier, all the craziness? I was like, yeah, we're right in the place. We're in the same place right now on the other end. So watch out. Violent moves abound right where we are. There we go. There's one of them. So far, looking good. What we don't want to see is a rejection here. Rejection here. We'll go down to the depths of hell. I'm not seeing it right now, so we're good. But just a heads up. That's what I'm looking for. On the downside, and we're not doing it yet, so. If we don't get that nasty move by 2 p.m., we're going to rip some fucking faces off pretty violently. $15-minute half-hour velo still looks good. Hourly velo looks like shit still. It's looking kind of negative here. Daily velo looks great. If we do lose it, we'll sweep this low down here. That target is the 1030 low. And that is where? Way down here. Just to give you some context. If they catch the low on the half here, you'd see a squeeze up, and then a violent move down here, and then down there. Not there, though, so no confirmation of that trade. Bulls still firmly in control here. The only thing that I can't see here today is Netflix earnings. If Netflix earnings are anticipated to be really good, we could blast down into the close. That's more a function of options than anything, but it would still result in an upside move that's monster. Netflix did just reject 984.70. So if you're at home, I want you to open a chart right now for Netflix. And if you look at Netflix on a 15-minute bar, you'll see they just tweezered down pretty violently, had a nice squeeze higher to 984.70. And there is a setup here to go lower, but it just isn't confirmed just yet. There's a trap for bulls. Look at how close we're calling it here. Always to the fucking tick here. Watch Netflix turn around real quick right now. This is like an inflection point. A major inflection point in the market right here. We're either going to moon into the close today or we're going to blood the fuck down to absorb a quality Netflix ER. If you're at home, watch a 15-minute bar on Netflix, then watch the 1-minute bar right where we are on SPOOS or an NQ, whatever you're trading. You want to see Netflix hold 973.21. So far, it's holding. We're at the tick right now. Also note that there's a bear plane here, so you can see it. If the bear plane confirms, there's the red, there's the white. You would see SPY reject. Bulls get weak. They make the low. We ricochet up here for liquidity, and then we blood into the close. Likely for a much larger move up into 415. Huge inflection point here. SPY rubbing its hand right here. Hourly velo looks like shit. Half hour looks great. 15-minute velo looks great. Daily velo looks great. Only the hourly is pointing towards that bloodbath down below. It's not really negative. It's just neutral. I shouldn't say that it's negative. It's just neutral right now. It's not positive or negative. I can't read any tea leaves on hourly velo here. Nothing negative, at least. SPX clawing its way back to 5,300. And I want you to also think to yourself, end of day price targets. We're at an OPEX. So I want you to think to yourself, like think. We're looking at Netflix ER, right? But I want you to like constantly in your mind run through different scenarios. I want you to think about right now at this moment, you're at a major inflection point here. I want you to think to yourself, if we're going to close OPEX today, where do they want to close it? So if you were to, let's say, open up a 15-minute chart of SPY and you look at the last 2-3 weeks, 4 weeks maybe, and look at where the market has parked itself. Here, I'll look at one right now. Hold on here. I'll look with you in the background here. And do you see how SPY squeezed up to 548? And then it slammed down to 509. Came back to a high up here of 544. Went down to a low of 520. So I want you to think to yourself, if the gods were trying to park the market into the close today, it would likely be on a 0 or a 5. 0 or a 5. 535 seems right, although 530 may be the target. Right, park the bus to 530. Allow room to trade 535 on a positive outcome from Netflix. I want you to think about those things, like crank through in your mind all of these different scenarios. Like, do they park us here at 530? Allowing the rip higher after the bell. Next question would be, let's say we get a great Netflix earnings. Unusual to see Netflix on OPEX, right? Not usual, not common. Are they, let's say we get a blowout Netflix earnings. Are we meant to trade 550? Nice round number for OPEX. Is it 535? Is it 540? Most of you know that when Netflix reports, 7 out of 10 times, the move is outsized. It's giant. Rarely do we get a Netflix report and we don't move the markets in a monster way. An unwind is possible. Could also see bad Netflix earnings. Bad Netflix earnings would be a monster move to the downside, and that would stop the Vanna Charm unwind 4 months trade, wouldn't it? SPY's trading higher now. I'm going to park this thing right up here. We got the little sellers right here. I'm going to move this up right here as the market attempts to rope us in for Netflix ER. OPEX.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our
1:37 in the afternoon.
For years.
Notice how we're trading right around this 530
and save 92%.
If I were to guess here, I want you to think about this. If I were to guess here, just the uneducated, inferred guess, we had a high of 548.62. For a breakout trade, we need to trade above to 555 and 562, right? Yesterday, we skimmed the lows at 520, but didn't break them, right? So we're trading 530 right now, right? 530. So if you've got the booming report from Netflix, what do you think the chances are of the breakout trade to the 12% NASDAQ move, right? We trade up to 550 on SPY, like today. if Netflix fails to produce or knock it out of the park, where do you think we go? I would say 520, wouldn't you? So just note that as well, that both of those outcomes are on the table here. And think about the after effects of that outcome. If you trigger an unwind over the weekend on a positive Netflix, right, you price in over 3 days off tech earnings. We just fade sideways and down, right, and allow them to walk the plank, right? So invariably you trade the 50s, then you trade the 60s in an unwind on Monday. If you get a bad Netflix, what happens? You trade down to the 20s, and we walk sideways to fade the rest of the move down deeper into the markets on next week's tech earnings. And you've got now this like wide range to cover on the upside to 50, right? Fuck your 60. And that downward slope also brings us down to 50, doesn't it? It sets up the old man trade for next week lower than 62 to what? 52, right? So think about the mechanics of the numbers as we head into the close today with Netflix ER. We're going to talk briefly about Netflix here. It's now 1:40 in the afternoon, and we're going to take a look at Netflix closely into the close today. I brought up to you earlier this morning synthetic trades. Back in the day, I used to like buy some like month out calls on an ER. So let's say I'd buy some calls on some Apple on a known bottom, major bottom. I'd be like, oh, there we go, big bottom on Apple. So I'd buy some monthly calls looking for an event to make money. My calls would go up like 60%, 70%. We weren't close to earnings. And then we dip a week or two before. I'd go red, like up 70%, down 20% from the buy-in. Then as we get crept closer to ER, it'd be up 30%, 20% in my trade. Always trying to shake me out. And I'd be like, nope, I'm going to diamond hand this all the way through and live and die by the sword. I know Apple's going to print huge. Even if they printed and I held through, often those options would get repriced the second day. Dealers say, oops, you've got the interest on the report, and then we now need a whole new round of interest and buyers after. This is the kind of thing where if you get a report, let's say from Netflix, does the interest leave on Monday to the next report, like Tesla early next week? Or are people like, ooh, it's going to the moon, I'm going to stay with this trade? So the option interest increasing after their report or not? So it was fascinating to sit through those trades because I'd see my calls go way up, down, moon. Day after ER would go flat, and then ramp-o-rama if there was continued interest. It was really fascinating just to watch the mechanics of it in option interest. So then I was like, oh, I lost too much money over the years with my dumb trading and betting on ERs. So the next thing that I learned in dumb trading, still not a wise thing to do, but to rather than sit in that trade trying to capture it a month out on a major low, I just said, why the fuck bother? If I had a conviction trade, I wasn't trying to do a strangle or a straddle or trying to capture a fly, which I would never do a fly, by the way, on Netflix, either direction. It normally moves outside of expected ranges way more than it should. But I would try to trade conviction trades with synthetics and with low money on the trade. So if they were torching longs or shorts, if I was like negative on a company or positive on a company, and as we head into the close of their ER, if they're a major mover of NASDAQ or IWM or SPY or whatever, rather than having to have the exposure, I need some water. Hold on here. I'm losing my voice. Over the course of a month, or the exposure into the second day, the day after their ER, I could capture just a snapshot of that conviction, right or wrong, and not have a lot of risk. So if you get like a 0-date SPY or Qs call or a 0-date SPY or Qs put outside the money, 40, 50, 60, 70 delta, especially on a ticker that you know is going to move and move the market potentially over a short period of time, and you have a conviction like, hey, I'm bullish here, and it's going to fucking moon. And if they report early enough, you can sometimes grab a major low in a low liquidity environment, like, 4:01 p.m. Everyone's left the market. SPY rips to the downside briefly. You've already got your eye on a call or a put, or rips up for liquidity. And you grab it really cheap. And you put immediately the stop on the up or downside directionally you're trying to trade. So if you're trying to trade, let's say today, let's say you're like, okay, I'm bullish on Netflix. If it doesn't get ramped into the bell and there's a moment of weakness, if there is, just after the close, you have your eye on a call, you scoop them up for 5 cents, 7 cents, and you immediately put a stop. The reason you do that is because it's hindsight trading. Well, I bought a call for 10 cents. I feel great making 20, 30, 40, whatever. So 10 cents. $0.10. If I got 20, I'm happy. 30, I'm happy. Let's say it goes up here, though, to $1. It may reverse too quick for you to get your money out. It's common. So you might be like, well, I put a stop in cap of, I bought it for 10 cents, bro. I put a stop in for 30 cents. It hit $1, bro. I should have stayed long, bro. That's not true. You wouldn't be able to get out quick enough. Maybe with a market order, but even then, slippage and dealers, they're ahead of you by seconds. They will still fuck you. So you just, you have to like manage this risk in a conviction trade with as least amount of money as possible, and say, I want to make this amount of money. SPY now trading up to 529.88. Remember this target right here in these little sellers. Looks like the bulls remained in charge on that inflection point. So we're going to find out now if we reject and just trade sideways into the close or not. If we get the new high, we're going to go moon time. So back to the scene of the crime. Bat wings, equal highs, equal lows on the hourly. Near pin strike on a bullish move to the upside on an hourly low. We're now trading at 1:48 p.m. in the afternoon. We'll see if we can get a big ass hourly candle into 2 p.m. Or if we get trapped in to the close. Now, why do I say all these different things to you? Like giving you these little pieces to the puzzle, because Netflix can move. And if you wanted to be like, yeah, you know what? I missed the run-up cap a month and a half ago. I missed the run-up 2 months ago or whatever. You can even go puts and calls outside the money and close both with upside and downside stops. Maybe the trade costs 20 cents in total. You make 30 or 40, regardless of direction. Remember that you want to get out as quickly as you possibly can on both the up and downside move. And you're not worrying over the weekend what happens. Does it keep mooning? Does it go up 300%? You don't have to worry. You just take the money. You're in and you're out. Bye-bye. I don't care what the outcome is. I don't care what the guidance is. I don't care what news drops over the weekend. I don't care if it goes up a bazillion percent. I'm in there. I made 300% in 15 minutes. What more could you ask for? You can't. Can't ask for more. Even people that held through from a month before that wake up on Monday are likely only up, generally speaking, 300%, 500% on an up or downside expected move. So the first thing that we're going to do here is we're coming into 2 p.m. It's now 1:50 in the afternoon. You get the gist behind this. I'm assuming most of you do at this point. Some of you know this trade. Some of you don't. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at Netflix. We're going to take a peek. I think I can. Hold on. Let me check this. Hold on here. Let's see if I can check into this real quick. This week, and FLX. It's our first big boy here. All right. We're in business. we're in business here. I know that God, we look so fucking bullish right now. I got a hard on for all-time highs. Intra week. So bullish right now. All right, Netflix. We'll take a look at Netflix really quick. Am I timing this properly for the end of the day here? The market looks so fucking bulled up right now. Can you feel the stiffy? I can. Uh-oh, what did I type in there? Something fucked up? All right, Netflix. We're going moon mission, boys. Put your helmets on. Put your fucking helmets on. Maybe I'm going to show you Spy right now. Just put your helmets on. We're going up. Big way. Bigly, as they say. Okay, so this is Netflix. We're going to chart this out together. We're going to take a peek at Netflix under the hood. First thing we're going to look at here between now and the close. You guys even get this shit this comprehensive from anyone else free? No. I'm going to go with no. On a 30-minute basis, we could have a dip. On a daily basis, we're extremely bullish. Extremely bullish. We're neutral on hourly, but you could see a little brief down move and then up. Daily Vela was fucking bullish as fuck on Netflix. Next thing we're going to look at here is on a monthly basis. Take a quick peek down here. Look at that. Netflix crash in the stock market. Not so bad, right? Not so bad. Look at that gorgeous buying down here. Beautiful buying. Netflix looks sexy. Netflix has been giving guidance of hand over fist money. We also know if we go into a recession, that people, if they pull in their purse strings, will stay home and watch what? Movies. Great recession trade, aren't they? Remember, if the indexes underperform and we're looking for individual tickers to outperform, and this is a recession trade, I almost screamed, get the fuck up there just then. Almost screamed it. I almost started screaming bloody murder. You probably know that, though, watching Spy at home right now, right? In queues. Get the fuck on up there. Little sellers being taken out right now. We got a little yellow bar right here. This is a weekly. We need to break above. You could see the auto sell on the weekly earlier today on Netflix. Big old tweezer. They need an event to break out from there, don't they? They need an event to break out from 997.22. On a daily basis, we got some bullishness. General bullshittery. This is where support is for the Netflix trade. On the daily. To break out on a good report, we need to break above 997.22. On a bad report, if we lose 946, short the fuck out of it. It's going to the depths of hell. I'm also going to give you some expected moves today in just a moment. We're going to mute this for just a minute. If there was, of the Mag 7, like Mag 7, Fangman plus T plus whatever, like all the plus shit they got these days, Netflix probably one of the better recession trades. Look at this big sweep down here. Look at this. I want you to think about this too. I want you to look at this with me. If Netflix fails on their delivery today, you're going to see this break down, and we're going to trade all this. Guaranteed. That's 880, maybe even lower. Downside target on a miss, 827.57. They have an implied move of 875 by middle of May. And just today, they have a downside implied move of 922, which is right here for today, and a downside move over here in middle of May. It's kind of do or die here for Netflix. I want you to think about this. If Netflix misses, you're going to have a shit ton of time to take this down into the middle of May. A lot of time to get bared up on this shit. Get some nice straddles going in here, too. We'll talk about straddles and strangles on this ticker if we have some time later. This is the downside target. I'm going to make it green. On a miss, the initial downside target. You could probably short the fuck out of this. Below this 922 and a miss.
Trades from Macro Headline Risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Yeah, nothing else matters here. A lot of bullishness here into the close.
With the latest and be on the bleeding edge for non-farm payrolls, then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Remember that hourly velocity is weak. Also, you got a gap up here to close at 998. I'm going to show you the implied move for just today. $1,032. That's just today. Makes sense, right? I don't think you make that. Maybe on Monday you make that 1,000. 924 and change. That's the downside expected move. That's the range here for Netflix. I'll snip this and put it in the Discord for you too, by the way. I forgot to give you guys the futures thing. I turned off the stream yesterday. Okay. How you feeling there, little sellers? You getting smoked right now? All right. Here we go. You ready? Well, we got to talk about Netflix now. I like the idea. If we look back here on Netflix, this is going back to December of 2024. Nice fat dip buy. Woohoo. Take the money and run. Back down all the way down here. Yep. Buy again. Go all the way up here. Failure. Inflection point. Send it lower. Lower than that low. Found buyers again. Come back up here. Right? Watch closely. Watch closely. Failure. Go down, grab more liquidity, new low. We're now parked right here. Expectation is we're going to make a new high. We're going to get stopped out right there. Take that bad boy back down. We're going to create a new, inverse head and shoulders. Finally catch the new high and make our way higher into middle of summer. Make sense? Now, we got some other problems here. Headline risk, Trump risk, you name it. I want you to know that I don't know why the fuck this is going to happen. I have no idea why. I don't know what headline risk this is going to be into the end of the month, not end of the month, but beginning of the month on April 5th, May 5th. Some shit's coming down the pike. The shit winds are blowing. I don't know what that is. Be aware that in May 5th, something fucking stupid's going to happen. Now, there's a chance that we hold higher. Not so bad. I don't know if this is the trap in here where we go down to the depths of hell. You want to be paying close attention to the report today. This is like a bear special. No new high. Fade sideways. Shitty tech earnings. And all of that to the downside is on tap. Netflix is going to set the stage today for a failure. If we don't get the failure, this trade is alive and summer is intact. If Netflix fails to produce today, they will rein us in, send us to the downside, and by, beginning of May, we're going to be really deep in the market. So Netflix setting the tone, trading to where the big sellers are right now. Close the gap at 531.41. We are at our first inflection point at this tick right here exactly at 530.93. I'm going to turn that stupid shit off.
Now only $99.
Turn that.
Use disconnected.
Fuck you. Sorry about that. I'm going to make this slightly smaller here. So at home, you can see this. You know what? I'm going to do panoramic. Hold on here. Give me one quick second. I'm going to do a panorama so we can capture this whole trade for you. Hold on. Put this in the Discord. Make it nice and sexy for you. They're going to grab both sides of the trade. Open this up on a big old TV at home. 531.03 target hit. Did that thing go out to everybody or no? That's a beautiful fucking thing right there. Gorgeous. Also note that the red line at the top is 1063. That I did not account for that red line. I don't think we hit it right now. But it would fall in line with an out of control report. Expectations into the close, for as far as I can see, Netflix's report is bullish. There can be some pull drawdown on Netflix after the bell to the downside. Briefly. So if you're, I want to show you this really quick. Go back to the trigger here. Came up, slapped it. 531.03, just barely missed the gap. So we're looking for the next trade higher here. But I want to give you a caveat here. I want to see that trade right there, of course, right? That's where your big sellers are, but I want to talk to you about this. So it is now 230, right? Coming into 230. And this is the Netflix conundrum. We got the big sellers up here to get past on an intraday basis. I told you there could be some weakness at the end of the day for Netflix. Not now, but later. There's a little like draw. Let me see if I can just show it to you again. Hold on. So here's Netflix again, right? We're just gonna go in here and look really quick. I want you to see that after the bell, there could be some violence down here. $970 is the inflection point. 970. So let's say you wanted to do that trade. I would have a screener up of Netflix and SPY or Qs. I would give you an exact number. Hold on here. $970.52. So just if you see any downside spikes, if you see it, I'm not telling you it's going to happen. There's no requirement that we go down here. But if you see a down spike to 970 and we're within like 4 o'clock to 4:15 and you're bullish, hit that fucking buy button on Qs and hold it until they report. There could be some weakness after the bell, last 15 minutes of the day. If you see a quick spike down, if you see it, you might not. trading 979 right now, but you know how the market is. See a quick blast to the downside. Upside target on next upside target on SPY. $532.28 and higher. If Netflix has a monster report here, either be in spreads into the close or be willing to hold on as dealers are going to try to kill you and murder you in the way up. You can even wait if you really wanted to for a downward spike. SPOO's still bullish here. Just be easy around the just at every hour, half hour, hour inflection point. Just note that dealers would love to swing us lower. If you're looking for a downside target in SPY after the bell, too long for those 0-to-8 crazies, it's 528.97. 528.97. I know that sounds crazy, but it's deep. We'll draw that in over here. Did I say 598? 528.90? Is that better? Let me check something. I got a couple targets down here. There's a gap. Teeny little gap down there. By the motherfucking dip, you're like, hey, we never going down there, Cap. Yeah, you see a fucking down spike on an earnings report. Now coming up to trade the big sellers. Remember, it's going to be jagged. It's the same trade I had showed you earlier where it's like, wham, wham. We went down to the 130 low and then wham, 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 wham. Still long the market here. $530.103 target hit. Gap closed. More gappage upstairs. Okay, so there's Netflix. SPOO's looking to make its way higher and close the gap at 5,400. SPOO's now trading 531.03, looking to close the gap at 531.40. Netflix looks good. I can't see anything. I can't see anything negative. The only negative thing I see on Netflix is some hourly weakness, and you could probably ascribe that to normal earnings volatility, right? The other thing I would say to you is it's likely going to trade both ranges. It's going to trade its upside expected move and its downside expected move. And Netflix is going to seriously set a tone for walking the plank next week and the week after for tech earnings. It's going to make a lot of implications on where the market is headed. Netflix must, in my view, have a good report. If it doesn't, bulls are fucked. And a hallmark of this volatility has been failures to get to, like see this resistance here? Like if a hallmark has been, if this is the line, the expected move, reject and roll. Rarely have we gone above, held, and higher. Even if we get above, it's been auto sold. So I just want you to be aware that Netflix's earnings today will be important. Even if we get a roll, you want to be watching for that follow through to the upside. Not necessarily today, but next week. When you wake up on Monday morning, you want to see Netflix mooning. Your next major dip buy is likely May 5th. Wherever the market is right around May 5th, you're likely going to see a sexy dip buy for the rest of the summer trade. If we get the summer trade and you come on my show in middle of July and tell me how bullish you are, I'm going to shit down your neck. I'm going to warn you right now. Mark that shit on your calendar. Open a Google email, a Google Calendar event right now at home and say, Cap just told me if we have a bull run into the middle of July, just, you know what? Set the fucking date for June or July 15th. Set yourself an alarm for 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, where the fuck you're awake. When you're shit-faced at the bar on a Friday night, middle of July. When you're sitting on a beach out on Cape Cod. Set yourself an alarm on Google, middle of July, and say, Cap said that I would come back to him in the middle of July and tell him how bulled up I am. Now, that's predicated upon us having a strong season here. Because what we're going to do is trade sideways. And then I want you to report back to me. And if we're on a pretty significant high, I want you to come back to me and be like, hey, Cap, I'm really bulled up, and my alert went off, and it's telling me no to go fuck myself. Okay? Make sense? Cap, I never longed the markets in the first week of May. I watched it go up into the middle of July, and now I'm bulled up, bro. And in that alert, you want you to tell yourself, sell. Right? Cap said sell. Starting to close the door. Get rid of all this now. big old green boxes up here. We got a gap down below, though. We left a little gap behind over here. There's a couple little gaps we left behind. We're going to oh, yeah, we're leaving fucking gaps behind everywhere for some after hours action. We're going to put this one in here. There's another pull down gap for after the close. SPY trading 531 or 531.30 on the high. I'm going to take a quick break here. I did post the big panoramic trade for Netflix. Netflix should be a good guide for you in terms of like if you trade like spreads, flies, condors. If you're a long-term trader, like Cap, I don't have a lot of time to trade, man. I can't trade zero dates. It's a pretty good roadmap for inflection points. If you're going to get super bear or where to sell or what to look for price action, that Netflix chart gives a lot of forgiveness in a move confirming up or down and whatever the behavior is on that time frame. It's kind of like close my laptop and just let it work. Let it cook. Breathe reading that chart from Netflix. I'm serious. Take that chart on your laptop, go to your big screen TV in your house and pop it in there and just look at it and go, I got the big picture now. Now I know where, if we crash to 4,600, where the fucking sell signal is. Now I can see if Netflix has a bad ER, where they're headed and where the market will likely collapse. If Netflix has a great ER, where the pullback is to get long into summer. I don't need to be a degen trading zero dates. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm still long here. Just note that if we reject 532.28, I'm going to draw this out just like a dotted line here with you. Just as like a frame of reference into the close here. Here's 1,600. Yep, that's 1,600. So I want to draw just a frame of reference here, okay? Not exactly, I don't think we're going here or whatever. I just want to give you a frame of reference here. Go all the way down there. Who the hell? Okay, there we go. Frame of reference. Keep your eyes on the ball. Keep your eyes on the ball. Keep your eyes on the ball. Ready? Right up there. Right down there. Up there. I will draw this in for you. I want you to note that you're going to see put buyers attempt to come into this bell here. Remember, this is a 1 minute chart. They're going to start attacking. See these big sellers here? They're going to start trying to trade a downside move into the close. Just a warning to you. Remember, 5:30 OpEx. All right, give me like 15 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. There ain't no shame taking money here either. Expected move on Netflix, I didn't give it to you, is 8.2% today. Give me like 5 minutes. Got to take a quick break here. I'll put the new. I feel like somebody just touched my shoulder. Like some, Oh, it's a wire. I'm like, I don't believe in ghosts, man. Is there a ghost touching me right now? And I don't believe in ghosts. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna do some jumping jacks and go touch the grass for 5 minutes. 2:39 in the afternoon right now. News Squawker is on.
So just a reminder for what's on the schedule for the rest of the session. Trump at 4 p.m. signs executive orders. Then we have Netflix Q1 2025 earnings. Brent crude futures settle at $67.96 a barrel, up $2.10 or 3.2%. So correction from the wire there, $2.11. Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%. According to the Wall Street Journal, Treasury Secretary Bessent has pushed back against advisors who want to replace Powell. So earlier on, there was a Politico piece, or the same thing, but just being reported by another source here from the Wall Street Journal now. Just to add, according to sources, Trump has privately discussed firing Fed's Chair Powell. And Trump had spoken with former Fed Governor Kevin Walsh about succeeding Powell. And Walsh advised against firing Powell.
See that nice fat little wick down there? These sellers taking hits already on the market. Big sellers coming in here to take us to the downside and the bell, trap us in, murder some of those calls, all that bullishness.
We have also posted out the Wall Street Journal article on the Financial Newsfeed for you to read through. So again, Trump has for months privately discussed firing Fed Chair Powell, according to the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, we already know that.
Just some further detail, Trump had spoken with Kevin Walsh about potentially firing Powell before his term ends and possibly selecting Walsh to be his replacement. Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500 and also the dollar as well. Seeing some movements towards the downside here. Russia's Foreign Minister Lavrov and US State Secretary Rubio discussed Ukraine by phone. Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Check, check, check. Yes. Big sellers up here. Our big boys up here. Oh, look at you guys. What do you guys do up here? Big selling up here. Hold on. Our boys. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at him up there. Oh, just tagged it right on that sweet little tick right there. Look at that guy. He's like, big seller, bro. Taking it downtown. Oh, yeah. What do we got going on down here, big sell boy? Wait a minute. Big sell boy coming on in hot, huh? Whole move down here. By the dip, that got taken out like it was nobody's business. Figured as much. Look at these little gangsters down here. 525.63. Ooh-wee. Why are these things like sometimes they show up and sometimes they don't? There we go. That's better. Don't buy this. Well, you'll bounce there, but I'll be a buyer right here. I'm a buyer right there. I don't know if we can get down there by close, but right down there would be a buyer. Be a buyer right about there. Right about there, I'd be a buyer. And get down there. I don't know if we can get down there, but there's a gap down here that needs closed still. This green box here is a gap. Oh, it's gone now. We took care of it. Gap is gone. The gap is gone, baby. Clear. Like they left behind so many gaps up here. You can see it right here. See that little fucker right there? Look at that little gap they left in there. A little goddamn gap needed closed. And look at this little gap down here. Tiny little gap right down in here. They got sneaky gaps. There's one right there too. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky little robot gaps. Another one right there that hasn't been taken out yet too. We ain't done. Oh, you guys can't see everything. Sorry. There's another little gap right down in here. A little sneaky Pete. See it? Like way in there. Look at this. Look at this thing. Look how small this thing is right here. Fucking tiny, little fucking hidden gap right there. And you see how they just took this one out right here? They just took this one out just now. They had all these little hiding gaps down in here. I think they're slick. I'm not gonna catch it. Like it's all like pennies. They just hit this one right here. See it? So they just tagged that gap. And they got one more sneaky fucker down here. So this is gone now too. Took rid of that. Took care of that. There's another gap. They blasted that fucker right there. We got another little sneaky gap down here. Yeah, big man stepping in, bro. Big man stepping in. Got another little gap down here to close on an intraday. A little one tiny down here. 527.76. It's 3:05, another hour left in the day. Don't be buying any dips here. If we start turning around, I'll let you know where it is. But there's no dip to be bought here. There. They're going to hunt you down and take all your shit, so don't bother. Not yet, at least. If you're on calls for next week, you don't care about this. If you're on if you're like living and dying by the sword, you do. 3 o'clock right now, 3:06. A note to you if you didn't know, we're getting. Oh, let me put the. Let me take all this off here. Hold on. Sorry about that. I went outside and cleaned my pool. I'm getting the pool open for summer.
Hamas Gaza chief says we're ready to immediately negotiate a deal to swap all hostages with an agreed number of Palestinians jailed by Israel.
And it's been a long winter here, unusually long winter. And we normally get some warmer weather early the past few years some early summer weather, like late March, early April, like mid-March, early April, 2, 3, 4 weeks. This year, no go. We're getting like snow, hail, thunderstorms, tornadoes, freezing, 70 degrees, cloudy, dog shit. So this year, last year I didn't make it a saltwater pool until end of the summer. 80 helped me to get a pool. She's a member of our community. She's on vacation right now, I think. But she helped me to pick out a pool and stuff. She's like, get a pool for the kids. You'll love it. Then she's like, you got to go with the saltwater system. I didn't get the saltwater system in until like midsummer or something. By that time, it was kind of too late. So I put the saltwater system in. I drained my pool for the winter down to like nothing. And then it filled up all winter. And then I just drained it again. It's awesome. I got one of those Intex. It's like 32 by 16 or 18 or something like that. It's 32 feet by 16 or 18. And I leveled the patch out back, put the pool in. I made some mistakes. I used pavers. Those got broken in half like nobody's business. So then I had to stain some 2x12s, 2x10s or something like that and lay them down flat around the pool. Worked to level it too. This year, though, I got the salt water thing working. Shocked the fuck out of it. Filled it with water. And then I put a flocculant of some kind in to try to like take all the debris out. That worked really well. It's just slightly cloudy, but it's cold as fuck. It's like today it's like 70 degrees in the sun. In the shade it's not. In the water is really cold. It's extremely cold. I thought about putting a heater in there. I got a solar cover. I've looked at like gas heaters and electric heaters and different types of gas heaters. I'm not into. Oh, pick that one out. Yeah, we got to take the other one out. We got to take the one lower. Take this one right here. Another gap right here, right where my cursor is. The boards are better if you ever do the Intex pool. The pool was cheap. I had to do the grading myself. I got a little Bobcat, did all that myself. Rented a Bobcat, brought it to the house. Had a bunch of shit material dropped off to level it out with. Did it all myself. Then I put in. I didn't do the deck or anything. I did like a mix of. Like originally, I was like, I'll build a deck for it. Then I was like, nah, fuck that. This thing's gonna be short lived. Plus, my kids are getting older. My youngest might have a few more years. The cool part about that pool, though, is it's cheap. It's huge. And I was able to, it's worth it. The kids love it. Neighbors love it. Neighborhood loves it. What is going on here with my, I got something funky going on here. That's what's going on. There we go. I'm like, why can't I see shit? Because I had it at 50%, not at 67 is where I normally keep it. So I put this pool in, and now I'm wondering, does that pool cost like double the tariffs and shit? But I'll say this. I had an in-ground pool growing up, and then as an adult, I've lived in homes with in-ground pools. This pool is easy, cheap. The saltwater system is banging. You like shock it once, put the salt in, you're good the whole year. You might throw one more bag in. It's like no maintenance. And then I've got Bob. I call him Bob the robot. I spent a couple $100 on a robot vacuum cleaner. This fucking guy like goes up and down around the pool. He's awesome. Keeps the pool clean. It's for what I remember as a child, this is way easier. When I was an adult, I had a pool cleaning company. They sucked. This pool is like pimp. It's just right. We go out there. I've got like pergola and stuff, and we got the drapes and all that kind of stupid shit. So it looks like a Roman, like we're at the Coliseum or some shit. And I spend like after the stream in the summer, I'll spend my summer evenings out there, and we'll barbecue tacos and drink a beer and sit in like a pool thing while the kids are playing with the water over me, and it's fucking awesome. I love it. I don't know why I love it. Just took out that one. Ding. Gap closed. Oh. Now this is going to tell us if we're going to make our way. We haven't lost this yet, this island, but here's the island right here. We haven't lost it yet. If we do lose the island, we know where we're going to the downside. If you're looking for a trade for 0-day calls for Netflix. So this thing's been pretty cool. Like, it's really done its job. And I don't have an in-ground pool bullshit. My father had an in-ground pool. It was a nightmare. It was a fucking nightmare. It cost him stupid money.
Your State Department says Rubio conveyed.
This was 40 fucking years ago.
We have now
it was fucking expensive.
Of a durable
and
peace.
The cool part is, like, I could sell this thing tomorrow and it would work. The whole thing. You could take it down. You don't need a new liner. You don't need a new, like, if you have the frame and you have the new liner. This thing would I think this thing would run for like another 3 to 5 years, easy.
In Paris, to U.S. framework shows that peace is possible if all parties commit to reaching agreement.
The cost benefit for what it is, what you get out of it is banging. Kids do scuba diving in there and all kinds of cool shit. I got a little hookah for them. They wear the mask, they put the hookah on and pretend they're on the ocean and shit. And it's fun. And I like hanging out in it. It's cool. Now, anyways, this thing is like fucking 50 degrees, fucking bone cold. So I was out there.
Stay up to date with the latest.
I was down there getting everything to float.
Then sign up today and get our special offer.
As I didn't put a flocculant in, I put another thing in. There's like flocculant goes to the base, and there's another one goes up, and I think I did the other one. Anyways, I made it cloudy again, so it all gets sucked in. Then I got a sand filter. I changed it out for the cotton balls. Those things are awesome. Oh, ooh, ooh, no lube. We're going for the whole move next, boys. Going for the whole move. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh. No lube. No lube. Just taking everybody's money in here. Oh, Mr. Big Seller, man. You big boy, you savage. Look at you up there, almost to the tick up here. I see you up there, you big boy. Look at you, big, sexy. You just made all that money selling all the way down here. Ooh. 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 No lube on that one, big boy. He said big sellers and I didn't short it. Tale as old as time. Not worth buying calls yet either. Don't be buying no calls down here. Not yet. Oh, I think they pulled it out to put some lube on it for the next run at you. I'm going to run a train on you now.
Hamas Gaza chief says the group rejects interim peace truce. The group rejects interim peace truce deals.
Come on down for me to buy some love. Still not a buyer here.
Hamas Gaza chief says Israeli hostages can be released if Israeli government agrees to end the war, fully withdraw from Gaza, and allow for reconstruction of Gaza to begin.
Gonna look for another one up here. Or down there. A little bit of a tweezer action here. Reversal pattern here. You all ready to buy the lotto trade yet or no? I'm not quite ready here. Where's Netflix? Oh. Nice. I kind of like Netflix here where it is. We charted this out so we would jackknife down. Let me just check this really quick. Nah, it has more down to go. I want 964. I want a little bit more down here. A little bit more downside, please. Take it down just a little bit more. We're going to have to raise prices if Trump keeps tariffs, says coffee importer with 3 million in annual sales. Oh yeah, we're raising prices. I went to Walmart late last night. I haven't been there in a while. So this is what I did. I needed some backcountry gear. And I went to my favorite backcountry store, and they didn't have it. Sierra. I If you've never been there, you should check it out. It's a good like alternate place. I use like I go to Backcountry, and then I go to Gear Trade, Steep and Cheap. These are internet places. And then I'll go to like Sierra in person, not their website. Fuck their website. In person, I can get like backpacker meals for like 30% of the list price. So cheap. And so I wound up not finding what I needed. I looked on Amazon, or I looked at Amazon, and I'm like, those are good prices, but I can't tell if this is good shit or if this is a good price. So then I looked on the Walmart website, and I was like, God damn, some of this shit I need has gone up like a lot. So then I went to, so I got this, I'll explain it here in a minute. So like, I used to have a Mr. Buddy heater, and that thing sucks. And I've got these tents, like I take them to festivals and backcountry camping and off-road and all kinds of stupid shit. And I got like two tents, like they're like pop-up tents, but they're commercial grade. And I put up like the hippie walls and shit. And I would put heaters in there if it's windy or chilly or cold or whatever, nighttime. And those little Mr. Buddy heaters, they suck. They get like dusty and dirty, and they're not worth the money. So now I just take propane tanks, like a 20-pound propane tank, and I put a little heater top on it. Light those bad boys up. This is the whole move right here. It's a nice squeeze right there. It's a good squeeze. Good to see. Good to see. Still no trade from here. I want to see the knife. Even if this recovers, I want to see the knife down for Netflix. I want to see like a knife. Even if this recovers, I want to see a knife down. This is, for me, I always find this is, not always, I'd say 7 out of 10 times, this is false. We knife down once more, and then we go up. Sometimes they get left behind. 1 out of like, or 3 out of 10 times on an earnings call, but not every time. This could be bottom. I want to see one more knife down into the bell. There I am over there. And this is like timing matters. So, I looked on Amazon and the prices had gone up. Walmart prices have gone up stupid. I mean, stupid. So I should have found myself at Walmart late last night. I go to Wally World. I haven't been there in a long time. Not a long time, but, you know, like I go there maybe once every 6 months, 3 months, maybe. We'll get like, my wife likes this Aveeno stuff. And she'll go shop in the pharmacy. And every time she goes, I'll be like, can you grab me, I don't know, a couple 1-pounder cans? I can't refill them or whatever, or grab me this or grab me that. So I ended up going last night. And we go to Costco and fucking Target and shit. So I go to like Walmart, and I was shocked at the pricing in Walmart. I was blown away. I walked the whole store and checked things that I kind of know the price on, and I was flabbergasted. They just like blankets just hammered people. When they said they were going to try to keep prices low, that's a lie. They just went right through, fucking repriced everything. They didn't give a fuck. They're just like, we're going to tax your ass until you say no. And I was blown away at that. But then I walked through the food section, and they were out. They had shortages on a bunch of shit. And they had like inferior product. And I'm like, ooh, this is bad. Now, you remember, Walmart is the largest grocer in America. And I was blown away. This could be bottom here. This looks kind of bottomy, but I don't trust it because of this earnings call. I want to see like the one more like trap in here. So I'm at Walmart last night, and I'm looking at one of these so I'm looking at one of these like heads for a heater, and they usually run like $20-$30. Amazon jacked up like $39. Walmart went like $59. They were just like, fuck you. This is what it costs. So I'm like, God damn. I'm like, Walmart is lying to people. They might be the biggest aggressor, or they might be the most egregious retailer right now with hiking prices across the board. I was shocked at that. I was shocked at that. And of course, most people that shop at Walmart regularly are our most insecure people, right? So they're really taking a hit. Don't watch this. This was that move right here. So don't be looking at this and thinking we're going down one more time. Sorry, I should have said that. So we've got put that up there. And this one was here. Yep, still there. Still there. So I went into. Why do I have that one right there? This one should be like right here. So I go into Walmart last night, and I'm blown away. I went through all their tools. I went through house goods, and I'm like, this is shitty stuff too. Like everything in there is shit. So I'm like, God damn, they're charging like Home Depot prices for dog shit. I'm like, this is crazy. And then I opened my phone and opened up Amazon and started checking things, and I'm like, man, they're even higher than Amazon. This is the first of a. Usually Walmart is 5 or 10% less than Amazon for things. Roughly 5 or 10%, even if you order it online. Not right now. You should go check. It's mind blowing. So I went there last night, and I'm like, you can get eaten alive in this place. And then I was looking at the food prices, and I'm like, and this is like not quality food in any idea of quality food. This is not it. And all these tariffs are on countries that they get their food from. I was blown away. If you haven't been to a Walmart, you gotta go show up. Especially if you don't shop there, because you know your prices at your local market, go there and just see. And if it's either going to be more expensive or the quality is going to be terrible, or even the selection is even terrible. So I was blown away. Like an example, I have an example. I was gonna grab some frozen butter pound cake for a camping trip. I make little strawberry shortcakes for people as a dessert. So these little frozen loaves, I can put them in the deep freezer and just pop one out, slice it up, throw it in a container, and take it with me. And I got like little strawberry stuff, and I bring a can of whipped cream, and it's not quite ice cream, but it's pretty goddamn good, right? And keep that shit cold in a bag. I have a dry bag, keep it in the river, keep it on the ice if I'm car camping, doesn't matter, it's baller. Unless I'm like backcountry doing shit. So I went to go look at their loaves. They didn't have any, none available. They had a pound cake, but I looked at the label and then I looked at the ingredients. It was like made with like shortening or some shit. And I was like, God damn. I was like, this is an expensive pound cake. It's not butter pound cake. It's like knockoff pound cake. So not like either cheap ingredients, smaller packaging, and higher prices, and the quality not there. This is looking pretty good here. This all looks really good. Go over here and just take a peek. We'll get rid of this green box, and this looks pretty good here. I'll start charting this out for you. The only thing I would say to you would be we are on OPEX and an earnings call. So things could get kind of wonky. Expect wonkiness. We got a low here, no new low. That's good to see. We got this one right here, and we got that one right there. Sorry for the dotted lines everywhere. I'm looking for this trade over here. I'm looking for that bad boy. Down there.
According to New York Times, the US is withdrawing hundreds of troops from Syria.
And then I want to see it fucking crank-o-rama. Right there. That's the trade I'm looking for. Up, up, fail. Down there. Whoop. Bullshit with the report. Whole move. They didn't take the whole move either, by the way.
Protect your
one more downside move
with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99
I should make that a little nicer for you guys.
And we have posted out the article on the Financial News feed for you to read through.
Right there. And then like that. There we go. Work, yeah. Like that. Get rid of that one. Just like that. You want to see it closer? Just like that. Let's see what happens here. I get one more downside move. Probably put that down there too. Just like so. It is fighting back for that one right there. We are fighting back onto the island. See the island up here? We are fighting back into it right now. I want to see a rejection of the island. Well, not a rejection. I want to see like fear. Couple things here. Into the weekend. So it's now 3:34. A few highlights for you. In last night's brief, I gave you guys the outlook for next week and the following week for data. I gave you a monthly calendar for earnings. And I gave you an outlook to include what our expectations into next week. What do I have to say on that at this point? What I'd say about that from here. We have a 3-day weekend. It's a great chance for the market to torch theta. I said it in the brief, I think. Theta trades are cool as fuck over these weekends. Big old wide theta burn over the weekend. Always usually a good trade. Love murdering theta. Market loves to make outsized moves on weekends. Dealers love it because the rules say that theta doesn't stop while the market is closed. It's a good way for you not to get paid and for them to get price where they need to get it. Right? Excuse me. So if you're bullish, make sure you're in a call spread. If you just want the theta, make sure you do a nice wide spread. If you're bearish, make sure you're in some kind of a spread. Also, another point here is I try to harp on this and I forget sometimes. It's real easy if we get an outsized move over a 3-day theta burn weekend. If you're like, well, I don't like any of that cap. I always like the bull and bear ratios. They're kick-ass trades. If you're wrong and you get an outside move in the other direction because of the long weekend, you're not going to be broke as a joke come Monday. We have Trump today. That was not in the brief. He's signing executive orders after the bell. There's headline risk from him being positive or negative in these executive orders. You already know what my expectations are. After the bell and into next week, we're going to trade 562. You're going to wake up next week. We're going to be at 562. So we should see some kind of an unwind, and then we should see a back test at like 510 and make our way higher. I also want to reinforce that we're heading into the bullish season. That doesn't mean we don't have a new low coming our way. What else? There is another trade here. If we lose that 500, 510, we could then what? We get a bad report from Netflix. We get a bunch of bad tech reports, bunch of doom and gloom. We get some headline risk. We got to invade Iran. We invade China. I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. There's still that downside move. So your friend right now is definitely stay on the edges and trade the edges. And then the other friend is ratio spreads are super awesome right now. Or even rolling into a ratio spread. If you've got like a bull or bear spread on, you can always add a call or add a put. If your thesis is wrong, you can build it out to help you not get annihilated. What else do I have for you over the weekend? I think that's it for right now. Nothing's changed on the brief from yesterday. It's valid through the weekend into Monday and beyond. We do set up the stage here for next week. I just want to say one other thing to you here, which would be if we get a negative report from Netflix, does it really impact every other tech company? If we get a positive report on Netflix, it doesn't always help other tech stocks. Like you'll see Netflix moon, but not everything else. Or they'll moon briefly and then come right back in line. Another thing here too, mechanics you might not understand. Let's say Netflix moons, like moons. You'll see SPY spike, but then come back down to reality. If you see Netflix go to the depths of hell, you'll see SPY bloodbath, but it'll come right back to reality. The indexes tend to mimic the move briefly, but then come back in line. So don't be expecting like permanence in any of these moves in terms of the indexes. Usually, I'm saying that, but I don't know if I'm saying that clearly enough. But anyway, you'll notice it more next week and the week after than right now. What else do I have for you? I'm going to read something to you here from. I'm not going to read this to you. This is why am I going to give this away for free? I'm not giving this away for free. Post that right there for you. Yeah, that kind of validates the whole thing to 62 and then back down to the depths of hell on 510 or 500. That note there, if you're reading it. inside the. Hello, sorry about that, guys. Come on, just give me more blood. Like, give me that fucking doom. 344, 16 minutes left. You could see a fake pump here, whoop, and then drag your ass, suck you right back down here into the close. Sometimes it'll run away, but not always. Come on. Sweep the legs. Crayons are right here. Right there. Come on down. 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 Oh, yeah. No, no, no. More down. No, no. More down. Make a new low. I don't want your high or low bullshit squeezing up. Just go, nope. 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 Blood it into the bell. There you go. Come on down. All right, let's look at some zero dates. What do we got here? Let's go to today. $5.25. $5.30. $5.28. $5.29. Oh, they're really you don't want 5.30s. Don't fuck with those. 5.29 is looking juicy. What are they saying? We're not going to trade that? What about 5.28? $5.28s, they're cheap. Come on down, baby. Oh, look at this. Yeah. They're not dropping price like they should be.
One minute to the market on close, imbalance.
I mean, the sweep. A little bit more down here. A little bit more down. I'll bring up Netflix here. Oh, yeah. Here's Netflix. Dude, right down to target.
10 seconds.
They've actually hit their target already. Netflix is done going down. Netflix ain't going down, I don't think, anymore. They already hit their downside target. Well, they missed it by a tick. 968.43.
Market on close, imbalance, sell side 2.2 billion. Nasdaq 100.
Oh, yeah, baby. Come on down.
40 million. Dow 30, sell side 966 million.
Pinstrike on 526.07. We want to see one more little blast down. There's the target right there. Right where my cursor is. Hit it good. Just want to see more blood. I don't think we can get it until after the bell here. Slice down and then up.
Also 10 minutes away from the top of the hour now, where we get the Netflix earnings for Q1 2025.
I don't think Netflix is going down anymore. You might see a turn already on Netflix, but if we can get a little bit of blood after the bell on Netflix, a quick knife down on red, we can likely grab some zero-day calls for this trade.
And also, Trump is to sign executive orders. We'll see if we can try and find a video of him.
He won't be on time anyways. Fuck Trump. He won't be fucking talking until he sees Netflix earnings. Not fuck Trump. I don't mean it badly. I just mean he don't show up on time ever. That guy ain't gonna matter. He's gonna be in the bathroom checking Netflix right now. Oh yeah. So the 528s are now 12 cents. They were 30. 27s are 30 cents. Now they're 33 cents. I think I want the 33s. I think this is the one. Nope. We're so close. We are very close right now. Very close. Place your bets. If you want, call it out in the chats. Netflix, beat or miss. Netflix, beat or miss. Say beat or miss, one or the other. I'm on beat. Don't follow me though. Their hourly is not giving any hint. Their half hour and 15 are pretty weak. I'm long already. I'm here. I'm long right now. I'm ready to rock. Let's do it. This is Netflix down below. I'm going to get rid of this yellow box. This was the target. This was the downside target. You should have seen that in the Discord. If you took the put trade on that, congratulations. Woo! 27's, whoa, 27's already up right now to 65 cents. They were trading 30 on the low. That's a nice fucking green bar. Watch out for a green bar, red then up. Netflix cranking right now at 527 C's, trading 63 cents. 61 cents right now. 66 cents. 68 cents.
From Netflix earnings of Q1 2025.
Netflix cranking right now to the upside and trading 674, 974.58.
We're also expecting Trump to sign executive orders.
Holy shit, McCalls are back down to 30 cents again.
We'll keep looking.
Netflix squeezing again, trading 975.64. Come on, baby. Netflix on a 1 in 5 minute trigger bull plane. If you tease me, I'll add more here. Four seconds left. We'll stick around for Netflix earnings after the close today. Netflix flashing right now. Watch out for a quick spike down after the bell. They never tagged 68 or 97.15, 68.43 and 67.15. Setting the tone here for next week.
One minute to go now till we get the Netflix earnings.
Make it known, long or short.
So surely expecting Trump to sign executive orders. Still no video. Of course, if Trump does come out before the earnings, we'll lead with him and then we'll do Netflix.
No, please don't fucking talk about Trump. We're doing earnings right now. Just like he doesn't matter. I need center stage on the first big tech report. No, you don't. You don't need center stage at all fucking times.
10 seconds.
God, you know, they would only play Biden shit like once every fucking 3 or 6 months. Now it's like headline news, headlines.
Still waiting.
4 p.m. Whoa, Netflix. Oh, Netflix cranking right now. Trading $9.94 on the high to their
EPS $6.61, $6.61. A beat on the estimate of
whoa. Sell these.
Quarter revenue $10.54 billion, $10.54 billion. A beat on the estimate of $10.5 billion.
SPY cranking right now
at $7.03. A beat on the estimate of $6.24. They see second quarter revenue at $11.04 billion.
Netflix
beat on the estimate of 10
just missed their target of $997.02.
$8 billion. A miss on the estimate of 8.
They have some misses. Watch out here. Cranking again right now. Their range today was $997.22. SPY's cranking into the bell right now. Take your money and run. Big reversal candle here on Netflix, but note that Netflix hit its upside target almost to a T. Netflix upside target was $997.22. It traded $994.45.
So also looking at other areas now. So they're operating, they see second quarter operating income of $3.68 billion, a beat on the estimate of $3.28 billion. Netflix still sees second quarter operating margin 33.3%, a beat on the estimate of 30%.
That's a good day. I'm happy. Just remain calm here.
Revenue tracking above midpoint of 2025 forecast range.
So just a note here, Netflix hit its upside target, well, basically hit its upside target within pennies. Now it's downside move after that target hit.
So Wall Street Journal reporting that price hikes and subscription growth help Netflix beat forecasts.
Is 983.62. They have another upside target of 1032 if they beat. No beat. No beat. Netflix now recovering. Second target. $1,032 on Netflix.
So Netflix shares rising about 1% as second quarter EPS and sales forecast top estimates.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, look at SPY, baby. I fucking sold my calls too early. My 527's trading $1.25 right now. Holy shit. SPY trading $1, SPY 527. I'm not in those calls anymore. I'm gone. I'm out. Whew. 527's cranking right now. Do we hit 530 into the bell? Do we actually get this up here? Do we get this 530 up here maybe? We got a bull flag up here, or a bull plane up here for 615 or 415. This is when earnings doesn't matter, right? Where you don't sell the news on a miss because you need price to go where you need it to go. See it right there? Woo! I should have stayed in those fucking hindsight trading. I'm not going to say it. I was going to say I should have stayed in those fucking calls, but I'm like, yeah, that's bullshit.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today.
All right, I'll see all of you guys on Monday, 9:30 in the morning.
Service for the
You guys have a great weekend.
And save 92%.
That was a nice little fucking trade right there. It's a sweet-ass trade. All right, I'll see you guys Monday morning, 9:30. Oh, by the way, any crashing over the weekend, and you'll see me on live in the middle of the night or something. Not weekend, but like Sunday futures between now and 6 p.m., any of that kind of stuff. Get outside, touch some grass. Monday, I have another doctor's appointment. It's not an emergency. I don't think that's an emergency. It's just a consultation. I screamed and yelled last week. So I'm hoping that this time I get what I really want. I do need to let you know, though, that in the next 2 or 3 weeks, I think I'm going to have a procedure done. I will have help try to help me through it here on the show, and with briefs and all that kind of stuff. I'll pick up the briefs more frequently. If I'm sitting in a hospital room, I'll send you pictures of me in the hospital, and I'll do work from the hospital. But that's not tentative yet. I got to do this appointment on Monday, and I'll get a date and times and all that kind of shit and the recovery. So